Hello everyone and welcome to our WWE Backlash watch along. We are live with an hour long pre-show heading into what will of course be our usual 3 hour plus show. Under Triple H the pay-per-view has been very compact, but things are changing under the hands of Vince McMahon, and what is usually a 5-match card has been expanded to a 7. So quite a lot happening already, quite a lot to cover, a little bit of news to come your way, and of course plenty of people to say hi to as we start the pre-show. There will be 0 matches on the pre-show as per usual. So, plenty to dig into in the meantime, even if it does involve going an hour and a half talking about the best crisp in the world. Firstly, I want to say hello to so many people who are already there chatting, available for us. Wiggly on the Twitch side, we've got Jaden, we've got Venom, we've got Ed, we've got Thomas, Joe, Sai, Daz, Marcel and Justin as well on the YouTube side. So a lot of very familiar faces saying hi on both sides, and I'm so grateful to all of you for joining us already. We already have our first few questions as well. Joe is asking, Tom, are you Team Cody or Team Brock? I personally am Team Cody. We'll see how that plays out on screen. If Cody's going to win, I expect it'll be the main event. If not, I don't think so. Thomas says maybe Bad Bunny kicks off the show. So the WWE have announced that what we're going to see is a double main event. A main event featuring both Brock versus Cody, which is always the planned main event for the show, and Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest, which was not the planned main event, but Bad Bunny has been gaining a huge groundswell of support. They know where they are, they know their audience. I do think Bad Bunny is going to get a big moment here, and not just that, we can't forget also who else he's in the ring with. I have a little bit of news on that one. I reached out to a number of people in the WWE, and I have a direct quote, which is simply to state, Damian Priest will look like the star that we know he can be. Damian Priest will look like the star that we know he can be. Damian Priest is already benefiting massively from association with Bad Bunny. He kind of already had and always has, but when it comes to this particular element, particularly closing out the press conference, the WWE are very, very happy with the contribution of Damian Priest, and are very, very happy with the match that is being put together. Lots of very exciting prospects there, and something I personally am very much looking forward to seeing. Sean says, do you think we open with a 6-man tag or one of the championship matches? I think personally, I did think for a while Bad Bunny versus Priest would open, but if that is indeed going to be a dual main event, personally I would then see it being the 6-man tag, yes. Xander Ramirez says hello. Hello Xander, how are you? Andy says, hey Tom. Hello Andy. Mark says, alright everyone. Daniel Barry says, yoi. I imagine that's just a long sustained yo, but I like to read out with all the drama as well. Lucha Libre meme says, Tom, wanted to stop in and say hello. Best source for honest wrestling news. Thank you very much, Lucha Libre. I've only got that little tidbit that I already had to share on that one. So only a little bit to share as regards news, but this is of course why we have spoiler warning. Justin says, Tom, why hasn't WWE hired Jacob Fatu? Because he's under contract elsewhere and he's not available to be hired. Also says, seems like a natural bloodline fit there, or even AEW would think they would love to have a real bloodline member on their TV. I'm sure they would. There is no potential for them to do so while he is contractually obligated to work elsewhere. Mustafa says, hey Tom, these late nights are wreaking havoc on my insomnia, but fun to be here with you in the best informed channel on the tube. Thank you very much. That is what we aim for here in the Tom Colohue channels, to provide as much information and to be as best informed as we can possibly be. That's what we take pride in, and that's what we try to make happen. We currently have, within 4 minutes of launching, 21 viewers, and that is 10 likes. If you're able to, please remember to hit the thumbs up. Every little does help, and I'm very appreciative of everyone who does jump in. There are a few different ways we will look to essentially grow the show over the course of it, and a few different ways in which I'll be asking you to help. Likes is certainly one of them, so periodically, maybe once an hour, I'll be asking you to hit like if you haven't already. We also, of course, have subscribing. You can subscribe at any time if you haven't already, and it does really help the growth of the channel as well. There's also plenty of additional ways, such as, for example, becoming a channel member. There is a $1 a month option, there is a $5 a month option, and there is a $25 a month option if you are insane. Plus, of course, there are options to donate as well. One of the easiest way, though, is something called chat rate. So please forgive me if I ask very, very leading questions to try and get people talking as much as possible, because if they be talking as much as possible, this particular show will go far and wide. We currently have 2,423 subscribers, a full 10 higher than this time yesterday, and we continue to see that growth. What can I say? I'm a very, very happy man. Eric is here. This evening, Tom. How are you? Doing very well, thank you. Watched a little bit of live wrestling earlier today. Got to meet someone who I have enormous respect for and only just had the opportunity to actually meet and enjoy some of his work as well as a couple of other people who maybe I haven't met yet, but still very much enjoy the work of. So got to see some wrestling. What can I say? I'm a happy boy. Joe says, how are you? I'm just looking forward to the Formula One. Well, there's plenty of Formula One to dig into. Lucha Libre says, Tom, what are your thoughts on Brock? I noticed he never did a promo for this feud. No answer to why he attacked or why he's a heel. Seems lazy in my opinion. He is not necessarily supposed to be having this match. He's doing Vince a favour, essentially, as to how he got there. Because he was supposed to be on break at this point in time. So he's done a few favours, and while he hasn't had a promo, the reason may be that this particular feud isn't likely to end anytime soon. I don't like it, but sometimes it does need mentioning that Backlash might not be the end of feuds. Lucha says, I'm going to watch Backlash on the TV and UFC on my phone. Busy night. Busy night indeed, Lucha. Busy night indeed. I know quite a few people who watch the pay-per-view on one device and watch one of my shows on another device. Always very flattering to know that a watch-along is being treated like a watch-along. What can I say? What can I say? Daz says, who are you, Tom? Team Seth or Team Omos? Seth's my guy. Seth's been my guy since the days of the Shield. I always thought he was underrated of the three because Dean Ambrose was pitched as the leader of the Shield and Roman Reigns was pitched as the best member of the Shield. But Seth Rollins is still to this day, the most charismatic member of the Shield. So I'm Team Seth. However, I don't necessarily believe in my predictions that Seth will be picking up the win tonight. Sean says, wasn't the reason Brock attacked Cody because he opened WrestleMania against Omos? That is what essentially Wade Barrett said. However, Brock himself has not dropped any hint or any information as to why there was a heel turn, as to why that happened. Honestly, it's annoying because a tag team match that we could have had before Brock turned heel would have been a lot of fun. The general rule of pre-shows is that the final hype package will be the main event. We are opening with the Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest hype package. That for me very much suggests that we will not be having it as a main event. In fact, I'm going to tweet about that one. The rule of pre-shows is that the final hype package is the main event. San Juan Street Fight, I forgot about that. Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest ran first. Kieran says, I like whenever WWE tweet about there being a double main event, everyone in the comments said it isn't a thing. It's not a thing. There is no such thing as a double main event. A main event is a main event. The last match is the main event. That's it. Sai says, if the Brock Cody match is the first in a series, then I'm sticking with my Brock pick. There are certainly a lot of people I'm seeing on the timeline suggesting that what we're about to see tonight is a squash, Brock Lesnar destroying Cody Rhodes. Leon says, hi Tom, hope you're doing well. Welcome Leon, always a better for having you here. And 23 Fresh says, the people backstage like Brock Lesnar. Yeah, Brock's very popular backstage. Lucha Libre says, Brock in a tag match sounds fun. And Mustafa says, I recommend my own setup. Split screen on a 32-inch monitor with a volume on here and low volume on the commentary. That was my mania and it rocked. I'm glad you're enjoying these watch parties. Very, very glad indeed. If I can enhance your experience of wrestling in any way, shape or form, then I'm a very, very happy man for it. Hogan says if Brock goes on last, I feel pretty confident Cody will win. If he goes on any other point, it's a toss-up in my opinion. I do think it being in the main event spot does really enforce the idea that it's a win for Cody, because surely you want the good guy to go home at the top. And Sean says, and I appreciate this, Sean, happy 35th birthday to Dakota Kai. Dakota Kai is not on the card tonight, but what I will say is that she is now main roster and she is making waves and making a lot of fans in a very short amount of time. Mark says if they're going with Brock win, it feels like they're going to make Cody's story like John Cena after he lost to The Rock. Couldn't get the big job done until he beat The Rock again. Could well be. Could well be that that's the plan. Eric says, shame, I would have loved for Priest and Bunny to main event. A lot of people would. It seems at this point in time that WWE not so much. But there's still time for that to change. Marcel says, I know Zero News is not very reliable. That's true. He says this match will be a squash match. Hope he is wrong. It's one of those where it's worth knowing what people are reporting, even if they're not reliable, on the basis that we can't prove whether or not they've become reliable or not. You have to have a constantly evolving awareness of different wrestling outlets, because it is a fact that if you see people pile onto a particular wrestling journalist, wrestlers may see that and decide to give that person some news. Some people just like to raise some hell. Hogan says it's actually a septuple main event. See, why is no one mentioning a septuple main event? History. Eric says Rhea and Zelina should main event as it's the only title match. Not the only title match. There are 3 title matches tonight, mate. 3 title matches. Dad says my picks are Cody, Seth, Sami, Kevin, Riddle, Priest, Rhea. You are missing Bianca Belair versus Iyo Sky. And you are missing Austin Theory versus Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. Justin says, what's Seth and Cody's relationship really like in the back? I know Cody likes to say they really hate each other. Yeah, they're fine. They're not the closest of friends. They don't spend a lot of time together, but they like each other. Seth made himself kind of unpopular outside of the WWE with some of the comments that he's made, and he's okay with it. He's absolutely fine with it. Hogan says, I'm sure Cody's pitching for it, but I'd love to see his dog collar match be brought back to WWE. A Cody Lesnar dog collar match would be great. Brock Lesnar would not allow that match to happen. Megan Welcome says, hello, hope everyone is well. Doing very well, thank you, Megan. Welcome to the show. Hope you got plenty of rest last night, because otherwise. Justin says Bunny has to beat Priest, right? Not necessarily. It would certainly cause a big pop for the crowd, but I don't think Damian Priest benefits from that. I think Bad Bunny benefits from that, but we're entering the year of the Judgment Day, guys. We're entering the year of the Judgment Day. So, to be blunt, I think this is going to be a Damian Priest moment. Lucha Libre says, I'm sure traffic purposes it's good to have a clickbait thumbnail and title, but when guys do that I hit the don't recommend button. I have no want to see that stuff on my feed. I try to avoid clickbait as much as possible. I do have to give people a reason to click when I talk about the titles and the thumbnails, but I like to think I do that in a balanced way. I grow a little slower because of it. I'm okay with it. Daz is predicting Iyo Sky and Bronson Reed, so 2 new champions from Daz Reynolds. Eric says, do you think MJF comes to WWE in 2024? No. And Megan says, I got some rest, which was lovely, then I had anti-duties to attend to. Don't I know that one? Very familiar with that. Being an uncle for a very, very long time, and honestly, it's one of the most fulfilling jobs I could possibly have had. Mark says, any chance we get Carlito appearance, perhaps Epico and Primo? Maybe something backstage, but there is no intention of having them in any way involved in wrestling tonight. 23 Fresh says, will Mr. McMahon ever make another WWE television appearance? Forever is a very long time. And to be blunt, when it comes to Mr. McMahon's advanced age, he doesn't have forever. So everything is on the table, but I don't necessarily see it. Hey Ed, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Eric, is there a reason that you're misspelling that? Because you've done that a few times now, mate. A few times now. Hogan says, I was expecting a if he signs with the Mansa. You guys have gone very used to my sarcasm. very, very used to my sarcasm. And yeah, that's one I've hit a few times, isn't it? Will this person sign? If they choose to, yes. If they choose to. Thank you very much, Justin, for a donation to the channel. I very much appreciate it, and a very, very big shocked face as regards the possibility of Damian Priest picking up the win. Mustafa says, as the bloodline inevitably wanes, the Judgment Day has to be booked strong, and indeed they're going to be. They are very much going to be. Sean says, do you think one of the storylines that could have been pitched to Jay White was a loss to Roman and he turned it down? I know the options mostly revolved around being on Raw, where Roman Reigns was not. That may be one of the reasons he did turn it down, but I'm not privy to that information myself. Alyssa says, what's going to happen with Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns? Is it going to be a squash match, a stretcher match? Neither of those things, because the match is not currently booked to happen. I'd imagine you're referring to Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, in which case the answer to your question is going to be on WWE Backlash tonight. They are recapping the plans for the World Heavyweight Championship tournament, which, as I think we're all aware, makes very little sense. Very little sense. Mark says, I don't anticipate any title changes tonight. However, should be some exciting matches with a super hot crowd. And that, smile mark, I absolutely agree with. The crowd were a huge addition to the show yesterday on SmackDown. A huge addition to the show. Turned a good SmackDown into a great SmackDown. If we get that level of excitement, even just in the matches involving their favourites, I'm excited for the show. And as we already know, Cody Rhodes will be over. Also, I do see one title changing. I think the United States Championship may be going back to Bobby Lashley to basically apologise for the fact he ain't going against Roman anytime soon. Lucha Libre says, I forgot to ask, did you buy a Wembley ticket for AEW? Yes, I did. We will be, well, myself and a couple of friends will be at Wembley for WWE All In. 23 Fresh says, any surprises tonight? Plenty, mostly the match results. Justin says, I've recently become a Jay White fan. Wish he would have went to WWE instead of AEW, but he may do well for them at Wembley. I'm confident that he will. If you give me Jay White versus CM Punk, where Jay White in particular beats the ever-living out of CM Punk, I'll be pretty happy. Pretty happy. Number the Devil believes that Cody Rhodes is losing. That opinion is certainly gathering a lot of momentum. What I would like to remind people is that the opinion that Drew McIntyre was beating Roman at Clash of the Castle gathered a lot of momentum in the final day, to the point that he became the betting favourite, and it was still never going to happen. Lucha Libre says Dominic Mysterio has more heat than the Desert, and I can't argue with that. I really can't. Dominic Mysterio has earned himself a lot of hatred in a very short amount of time, and I'm very happy with that. He's done great things at the moment. Eddie Gomez, welcome, says my bet for the final for World Heavyweight Championship at Night of Champions will be Seth Rollins versus Solo Sikoa. That's gaining a lot of momentum as a concept as well. James says as Backlash started, the pre-show started 18 minutes ago. 18 minutes. Alyssa, for an answer as to who will win between Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar, I really do think you should probably watch Backlash and you will find out. Stick around. Smile Mark says Iyo Sky and Bayley are going to have issues tonight, I believe. We will find out. After all, Damage Control will be in attendance in total. Lucha Libre says I legit thought Drew would win. That Clash of the Castle crowd was insane. Yep, and then he gave us a sing-along, which I was not expecting. Mustafa says, speaking of crowds, which city has the hottest consistent crowd in your opinion? I'm partial to Chicago, but that's my home crowd when I'm not living in Europe. Hard to say, because I think the hottest crowds are way outside of the UK. I personally would go to Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Personally. Gordy, how you doing, mate? Been a little while. This is what's going on, Tom. Keep doing your thing always. Appreciate that. I will be doing so, but I very much appreciate your support in that. Peter says, thought I would try and sneak the table in. Evening, Tom and chat. Evening, Peter. Great to see you, mate. Good to see you. Eric says, fair enough, Eric. Fair enough. I just, maybe that's something that needs a bit more attention. 23 Fresh says, do you like the AEW product? If I didn't, I would not be going to the show. So that's something that I certainly would say I back the product. I think the wrestling quality is really high quality and really enjoyable. I do think they're lacking in quality storylines right now. Hogan says, my damage control stays together but replaces Iyo's suggestion isn't looking totally far-fetched today. Nothing has changed today, just want to be clear on that one. Smile Mark says, I think it Jinder Mahal to be involved in Night of Champions, either competing for Intercontinental or Heavyweight title. You may figure that is not going to happen. Blue says, Tom, do you think the new title was actually supposed to be the new design for the WWE Championship, but they ended up not splitting them? No, the design for the new championship was specifically created as a brand new championship. A brand new championship designed and led by Triple H. Eddie says, with the sign of the girl who wins the gold medal, the contract freezing her over, Tom. There was not, to be clear on that one, there was not a hiring freeze in WWE. There was not a hiring freeze in WWE. I've already explained exactly what there was in WWE in detail as to what actually was happening. There is a financial analysis being undertaken. The purse strings have been tightened. However, there is not a hiring freeze in the WWE. Megan says, do you think any of the British royals will be having a Backlash watch party? Harry strikes me as a wrestling fan. So I says, to get back to the main conversation, roast chicken crisps. Why, by the way? Why is that the one conversation that everybody answers? That everybody comes back to. That one completely unrelated to wrestling conversation has become the prime conversation that everybody remembers. I was actually talking about it earlier today, and immediately we launched into conversation and everyone had their opinions of it. That particular conversation is the one that everybody remembers. Everyone. And it's surprising. It's surprising to me. Lucha Libre says, I hope Damage Control starts winning. It's hard to take a heel faction like them seriously when they constantly lose, like Bianca practically beating them 3-on-1 at Extreme Rules. She almost did that on SmackDown yesterday as well. Sai says, although tonight's buffet is a buffet accompaniment is salted caramel ice cream and a litre of it. Always a good shout. Always. Number of the Devil says, is Cody getting squashed? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I don't want to, even if I did have spoilers, which I don't want to sit here and tell you everything that's going to happen, because then, one, why would you watch Backlash? And two, why would you watch this watch-along? I got to pay bills too, guy. Dark Society says, hey Tom, I'm here. Happy Saturday, and a happy Saturday to you. Barry says, I can imagine Camilla shouting at the TV when Dom is on. Most of them, I'm sure, are very unhappy with the idea. Very unhappy with the idea that what's happening is that we're going to Puerto Rico. Sean says, Alexa put out a tweet. She's been with WWE for 10 years now, which is true. Lucha Libre says, I'm not making assumptions, but I've never seen Tom and Uncle Howdy in the same room. More on this later. Taking a leaf out of my book. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing. Mark says, according to Fightful, Bianca Belair versus Iyo Sky, Seth Rollins versus Omos, Austin Fury versus Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed, Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega, Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn and Matt Riddle versus the Bloodline, Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar was always planned to be the main event of the show. It's nice to see Fightful, reporting that now as well. Eddie says, I think we'll get another tournament for tag team title of SmackDown at Night of Champions. I'd be happy with that. Very happy with that indeed. Thank you, Mark, for bringing in that running order. I'd imagine that was on Fightful Select, so you paid for it. Hogan says, what are your favourite dehydrated fruits? No idea, and you know it. Luvens is here, says, what's up, Tom? How's it going? Going very well, thank you, mate. Good to see you. And James says, how funny would it be if Roman wins the new title? There are two schools of thought. One, it would be really funny. Two, it would be the end of my watching of wrestling. Followed up by, I would never watch wrestling again. I can't believe this is happening on Raw tonight. You know, that crowd. Razar says, I'm disappointed that Bad Bunny isn't main eventing. Also think Cody is getting squashed and beaten by Brock. All over Twitter. Fair enough, Mark. Fair enough. Banana chips and raisins from Kieran and Smile Mark. Cranberries from Luvens. Yeah, that's not... I've never considered the answer to this question. And I've got to be honest, I think by the end of this show, I still won't have considered so. As we know, Peacock tends to do commercials. In the middle of the show. So on the WWE network, we get basically hype packages for individual wrestlers. We just got a pretty big hype package for Edge. He's of course not there right now, but he will be returning somewhat shortly. Mark laughs and says, I'm not paying them. Kieran says, dehydrated fruit, pretty horrible anyway. I love my fruit. Juicy. Bit of juice goes a long way. Daddy needs his juice. It doesn't look like we have an actual hype package for Bronson Reed versus Bobby Lashley versus Austin Theory. Instead, we're just getting a recap from Monday Night Raw on April 10th when we saw Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. I really don't know why at times. Oh. Barry Monkey says, apparently Henry VIII used to regularly wrestle the King of France during the short periods we weren't at war. Very short periods. We would get beat, then tell everyone he won really. First proper big name wrestling heel. It's Henry VIII, isn't it? He was a heel in every possible way. Megan says, it's a good thing with all these hype packages that WWE has a decent editing team. WWE's editing team, to be blunt, is the best. They are the best. And I think a lot of wrestlers are on record saying that. Shawn Michaels, I know, for a long time was really hyping them up. Hogan says it'd be fun running bit. Every year Triple H introduces a new world title and every year Roman wins it. By 2028 he'll have 8 different titles. Smile Mark expects Cody to win. Move Stafford says squashing Cody would be stupid. It would arrest his momentum and go against the narrative of not just finishing the story, but also the toughness of fighting with the injury. It would also hurt Seth. That is also true, everything you've just said about the match against Roman. Gordy says no problem at all. Big E has been here in Detroit as of late. Eddie believes Jay White made the wrong decision to go to AEW and nobody cares about him anymore. I care. Eddie, I care. I am wearing, right now, a Switchblade shirt. And I will be doing until the end of time. I mean, I'll wash it. I'm going to wash it. Leon says, I wonder if Edge is going to be in the world title tournament. I do not believe he will. And Eric says, Tom, I'm confused. I thought the new title was Raw exclusive. I did report on Spoiler Warning exactly what has been happening with that championship. Mark, you read my mind. We're looking for predictions for each match, so let's run through that. Sean says, how can Roman win a title he isn't able to compete for? Well, apparently it's also exclusive to Raw, and yet it's not. So let's start with, as Marcel is reminding us, the apparent opening match, according to the Fightful rundown, will be Bianca Belair versus Iyo Sky. Who does everyone believe will win between Bianca Belair and Iyo Sky? Answers in the chat. Let me know. Bombard the chat. Let me know you're watching with who will win, Bianca or Iyo. Kieran says, I've got a horrible feeling they're going to give the new world title to Solo. They're not. 23 Fresh says, which wrestling shirts do you like the most? Switchblade Jay White, mate. All day, every day. Rizal says, which match are you most looking forward to? I'm most looking forward to the 6-man tag, I think. I'm not as excited for Backlash in any way, shape or form as I was for WrestleMania. I'll say that. I'll definitely say that. And I think it's very fair to mention it. Very fair to mention it. Dark Society says, Rhea retains and Bianca retains. So Dark Society has Bianca. Mustafa has Iyo. Andy has Bianca. Daz has Iyo. Leon has Bianca. Marcel has Iyo. Carlos has Bianca. Justin has Bianca. Eddie has Iyo. That is a lot more even than I thought it was going to be. A lot more even than I thought it was going to be. Mark says Bianca will win, but I think something will happen to Damage Control after. Hello Astrid, how are you? I'd imagine you're very excited for the show tonight. Keem says Roman's going to be a part of the triple threat. What triple threat? What triple threat are you talking about there, Keem? Eric says I love Iyo, but Bianca. Leuven says, why is it Raw exclusive title but they have SmackDown matches? As I did report during Friday's spoiler warning, they're kind of making it up as they go along. They keep making big announcements that they then have to recant. Dark Society has Bianca. Razar says, I think Bianca wins due to Bayley interfering. Alyssa, I don't know how long Roman is going to reign for. Everything is on the table. Jaden says Iyo. Kieran says Bianca wins with Bayley accidentally costing Iyo. Thomas says probably Bianca, but would love it if Iyo won. Astrid is indeed very excited for the pay-per-view tonight. Astrid, if you want to plug any of your own work at the moment, you are very welcome to. You're a part of this community, you have been for a very long time, and anything I can do to help you grow, by all means. So if you want to plug anything that you're working on at the moment, let me know. Mustafa says triple threat tournament for the new belt, I think he means. Yeah, Roman is not going to be in that. Or is he? Because he is returning on SmackDown. Gotcha, King. Thomas says probably Bianca, but I'd love it if Iyo won it. And Marcel says Marcel is running down the rundown as we go through. So when it comes to Bianca and Iyo, I've got to say, very even. Very even. Much more even than I was expecting. I'll tell you that. Much more even. Thank you, Jose Chinchilla. Lovely name. Lovely name right there. Thank you very much, Jose Chinchilla, for subscribing on the YouTube side. I very much appreciate it. Sean says, if Asuka now on SmackDown, does the feud with Bianca continue? Quite possibly, yes. I do feel we will be revisiting that at some point soon. Makes perfect sense to me. Rosal says, I'd love Zelina to pull off a shock win and Rhea coming it back on Raw a day later. Just for the moment, think it would be special. Astrid is saying, thank you. Got an interview that was uploaded a few hours ago. Who with, Astrid? Who with? Plug, you know? Let him know. James says they should put Brock in the tournament where everyone will think he will win it and he loses in the semi-finals to someone new. So essentially what you're suggesting is that much like Stone Cold Steve Austin was supposed to lose to Brock Lesnar, you want Brock Lesnar to lose to someone new as well. Keem says, imagine Triple H denying the tribal chief. He already did. He very publicly did so. 23 Fresh says, who are some underappreciated wrestlers in the WWE? I think Mustafa Ali definitely ranks amongst them. And Alyssa says, how long will WrestleMania 40 be? How many days? 2. At the moment, default, WrestleMania is 2 nights. The WWE make a lot of money from it. And honestly, anything that helps them have more money, they're pretty happy with. They're just, you know, money's a good thing for the WWE. A very good thing for Vince McMahon. Very good thing for Triple H and Nick Khan. Everyone in WWE is very happy when they have more money. So WrestleMania for 2 nights makes perfect sense. So let's have a look at the second match that is supposedly on the Fightful rundown. And that is the one that's currently having its hype package on the screen as we speak. Seth Rollins will take on Omos for some reason, in a match that was announced before they even considered starting to build a feud. Who do you have winning between Seth Rollins and Omos? Seth or Omos? Who's got who? Astrid says, the interview with Samira, backstage correspondent and ring announcer. I'm aware of her. I know she's worked with Ella J a few times. I certainly follow her on Twitter and enjoy her work. So I'll be sure to check that out, and hopefully other people will as well, Astrid. Coup43, welcome to the show, says Triple H has high hopes of Cameron Grimes. He has supporters backstage and a push is expected once a post-draft takes effect next week, according to Worked Wrestling. That's a very telling, very telling announcement, report, especially when you consider that he is wrestling next week against Baron Corbin on SmackDown and will almost assuredly win. Let's remember that one and come back to it in 3 months, shall we? Mustafa believes that Seth is picking up the win here. Kieran says, I know it's too early and won't mean much, but Montez Ford is favourite to win Money in the Bank with bookies. That's a little bit out of nowhere because I haven't seen much conversation about it. Daz believes Seth will win. Eddie thinks Seth will win as well. Eric says, Tommy's Asuka in trouble for what she did right after Mania. No. Like, bluntly, no. She didn't do anything wrong after WrestleMania. There's nothing to be in trouble for. Nothing at all. Mark says Omos will win and take on Roman at Night of Champions. Marcel has Seth. Eric has Omos. Carlos says Seth. Leon says Seth as well. Astrid says, thank you, Tom. Appreciate that, Astrid. I always appreciate it. Anything I can do, absolutely will. And certainly will, now that we've worked out some of the kinks, we'll be sending some raids your way as best we can as well. Leuven says, what if WrestleMania was a 3-day festival kind of thing like Coachella or Rolling Loud? That would be pretty sick to see. They do have a 4-day option for WrestleMania in that they have SmackDown, Night 1, Night 2 and Raw. And honestly, I think they should take a lot more advantage of it. Leon is still an Homo sapien even though he clearly stabbed him in the back to vote Seth Rollins. Razar has Seth winning. Kieran says I was just scrolling through to see if they had matches for Backlash, but they don't. Oh, you mean the betting averages? Got it. Luvens thinks Omos will pick up the win. Justin says Omos as well, only because Seth is winning the new belt. Vince McMahon booking style. That is certainly where I'm sitting at the moment, where I expect that to come in. Thomas says Seth, especially if he's winning this tournament, he needs momentum. Andy says Seth. Leuven says Omos will win and get his first big win. I think we're about 2/3 Seth. I think amongst us we're about 2/3 Seth here. I appreciate you doing that for us, Mark. Always nice. I do. If you're on the Discord, you'll be aware that the promotion section is starting to really get a lot of attention right now, and I'm very, very happy to see it. I don't know if you guys are necessarily seeing the results, but I think at the very least having the community that we have aware of the fact that so many of us are creating content is a very good thing. Noah says, I hope Seth stomps Omos. Venom says, do you think they will vacate the SmackDown tag belts on Monday? Not necessarily Monday, because that's the wrong show, but maybe. And Dark Society says Omos, only because I feel like he'll face Roman at Night of Champions. Sean says, Puerto Rico wanted Roman. There's no real way I can answer that, and you know it. I can't say yes or no. Sean says, would WWE make money off a 2-night Rumble, 2-night SummerSlam and 2-night Survivor Series? Yes. But they can't guarantee they'd sell out. They can't guarantee it. I think they would, but that doesn't mean they can guarantee it, which is what we're really asking for. Next up on the Fightful Rundown is the United States Championship match between Austin Theory, Bobby Lashley and Bronson Reed. Bobby Lashley, Austin Theory, Bronson Reed. All three of them competing for the United States Championship. Who do we have winning that triple threat? Once again, the champion, Austin Theory, on SmackDown now. The Intercontinental Championship not being competed for, and it is on Raw. Bobby Lashley also on SmackDown now. Bronson Reed remaining on Raw. Who do we think wins between the three of them? Mark says, I see the results as a lot of people are clicking on it from my analytics. Good to know, Mark, good to know. Mustafa thinks Bobby will pick up the win. Venom says, just wanted to ask you, going Monday and what date do you return? No and no comment. Andy says, Theory. Carlos believes Lashley will win as well. Noah says, if Roman won the new belt, could Brock face him? If this happens, could this happen? Who knows? Venom says, Theory. Dark Society also has Austin Theory. Barry has Austin Theory as well. Sean says, as Leo Rush would say, Lashley, Lashley, Lashley. What I will say is that it's quite even split so far between Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory. Not a lot of love for Bronson Reed. For some reason, this pre-show also has Wade Barrett stood at the beach in the ocean with someone whose job was to bring him a drink. I'd imagine that's an NXT wrestler. No Venom. Like, I knew that question was coming and you knew what the answer was going to be. Daz has Bronson Reed picking up the win. Leon has Theory. Mark has Austin Theory. Says Austin Theory will win by pinning Bronson Reed. Might see Bobby going after Roman at Night of Champions if Omos doesn't. Marcel thinks Lashley. Justin also has Theory. The Dark Society says, any favourite Backlash matches? Tom, what was your favourite? Mine was Goldberg versus The Rock. I think back a little further. When it comes to Backlash, AJ Styles versus Dean Ambrose for me is one of those that I think is worth mentioning. I think Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock from way back when is one of the best. I also think the match in which Becky Lynch became the first SmackDown Women's Champion is worth a mention too. Hogan says, it seems like the NXT Women's Tag Titles becoming the SmackDown Women's Tag Titles. Theory is losing steam, considering Liv and Raquel defending against Bayley and Dakota next Friday. Yeah, and it was just a theory. But it's certainly, with more information as it comes in, suggests we might not be seeing that. Noah says, would Brock Lesnar versus Bronson Reed be a good match? Well, if they wrestled, we'd then find out. Mustafa says, if Roman wins this new belt, will they just turn them into suspenders? I like that. Razar says, Theory, I think there are bigger plans for Bobby. Mark says, didn't Alexa win her first title at Backlash? Nope, she won her first title at TLC, tables, ladders and chairs, in a tables match against Becky Lynch. We're getting a recap of SmackDown last week to try and hype up Zelina Vega as a legitimate threat for Rhea Ripley. Ultimately, we all are fully aware that she's not, but we should still get a good match, and with the crowd behind them, there's a lot that they could do with it. A lot that they could do with it. Barry says, Bronson Reed's a good wrestler. I'd like him to win, but I think he has zero chance. Literally zero chance. Yes, Sean, I'm aware that Becky became the first SmackDown Women's Champion at Backlash. We were talking about favourite Backlash matches. So, yeah. Next up, we have the match that they're currently talking about on the pre-show. Rhea Ripley, the SmackDown Women's Champion, facing off against Zelina Vega. Now, I've been very, very clear. Very, very clear with my opinion on this, who I think is going to win. I'm going to be really honest, I don't believe Zelina Vega has any chance of winning here. Any chance of winning here. But it's not about me. It's about you. Who do you have picking up the win? Rhea Ripley or Zelina Vega? Who have you got for that one? Razar says, one of my favourite matches is Becky versus Charlotte versus Asuka in a TLC match, where Asuka won her first title. Really underrated in my opinion. A lot of people are not happy with the fact that ultimately the match was decided by Ronda Rousey. Noah says, who's better, Cowboy Brock or Heel Brock? Cowboy. Also, Boombox Brock. He's my guy. Boombox. Venom wants to see the TLC pay-per-view come back. Dad says, did Goldberg face Brock at Backlash? No. He faced him at Survivor Series and WrestleMania. Luvens also says Zelina Vega. Zelina Vega is his pick. I believe it's the only one. The only one. Kieran says it's the year of Mammy. Andy Barr says Rhea Ripley. Dark Society says Rhea retains. Leon says Rhea. Daz says Rhea. Jaden says Rhea. Venom says Rhea. Carlos says Rhea. Astrid says as much as I want Zelina, Rhea is retaining. Thomas says Rhea. Marcel says Rhea. Mark says Zelina will not win, so Rhea. Mustafa says Rhea because she's going long term. Leuven says, is Rhea and Bianca both on SmackDown? No, they are not. Rhea Ripley on Monday will be moving full time to Raw. Hogan says Hit Row, Good Brothers, LWO, Lotharios, Brutes, Usos, Profits. 7 total teams as of this writing. Not sure that's enough to necessitate a second set of tag belts. I disagree entirely. I think that is more than enough to necessitate a second set of tag belts. More than enough. Because over the course of the next year until the next draft, only 2, maybe 3 of them will actually hold the championships. So I think they'll be absolutely fine in that regard. Razar thinks Rhea. Justin says Rhea. Hogan says Rhea. Venom says, do you think you would be full-time in a couple of years, Tom? No. It's ongoing and it's going to take a lot of work. Personally, I think when I'm full-time, it will be 5 years' time and I will be just turning 40. Still, it'd be nice to be full-time because I'd be able to basically set my own schedule and I'd only need to do, for example, 25 hours. Also, in 5 years, the kids will be a little more grown up. So, that'd be lovely. Noah says, could Brock cause a DQ tonight? If he chooses to, and if the referee takes offence to him, yes. Kieran says, let's just hope the title swap goes better than Becky's and Charlotte's. It will. There'll be no issue whatsoever. Mark says, quick question, do you think we'll see Andrade in WWE soon? Personally, yes I do. 456 says, hello Tom, what's up chat? Let's have a good night. Welcome 456, good to see you mate, and hopefully we will indeed. Eric has Rhea, says, but I would love Zelina. Leuven says, as regards Rhea, if she's moving to Raw, why not have a SmackDown woman beat her and then go after the Raw belt? Because then, after that, you have to also have a Raw woman beat Bianca Belair, because otherwise it's not a title swap. It's not. Hogan forgot Pretty Deadly. There's 8 teams. That's more than enough for a tag division. More than enough. Hogan says, you think you can book out an entire year of feuds and have a clear hierarchy of champion, contenders, mid-carders and bottom feeders with 8 teams? Yes. Yes, I do. There is no doubt in my mind that we could do that. You have 3 teams competing at the very top for the first 6 months. You then add 2 more at the end to get to 5 teams competing at the very top going into WrestleMania, even though only 2 teams will actually make it. The 2 teams that you have chosen to become sort of big name players around Survivor Series time, you have them working with the 3 bottom teams, picking up wins against them. Meanwhile, the 3 bottom teams only win against each other in a bit of a round robin, lose against the 2 teams that are being developed, and occasionally pop up to work with those 3 top teams. You can easily have 3 top teams working for those championships over the course of 6 months, with 2 more teams, as I've mentioned, dipping in and out of the top in order to provide competition before eventually joining the top full time. 8 people is more than enough for a tag division. Dark Society says Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 25 and 26, and Shawn Michaels versus Triple H, 2 legendary matches. Don't know why I've mentioned that, Dark Society, but they are, and you're absolutely right. Razar says, I honestly don't see the problem with the Raw and SmackDown women's title needing to be switched. Why not just have Rhea and Bianca keep their titles, then when one loses their title, they rename it? I think it'd be easier to swap them. I don't see a downside to it. I don't think there's anywhere near the issue that so many people are finding with this. I don't think it's a problem at all. 23 Fresh says LWO and Andrade. What about them? Eric says, did the WWE like what Zelina is doing with the main event player? She wouldn't be in this position if they were not happy with her work. Mark also believes it would be easy to do 8. Kieran says, most feuds go like 2 to 3 months, even longer for some, so 8 is plenty. Clyde, welcome, says, got your live, Tom. Drop a like, and I'm looking forward to Backlash. The crowd will be on fire. Absolutely correct. Callie says, hi, Tom. I'm not sure how long I can stay awake for, but I'll try my best. I appreciate that, but look after yourself first and foremost, okay? Mark says, I'll say this now, by WrestleMania 41, Pretty Deadly will be the biggest tag team in WWE. That is a bold statement. A very bold statement. Sean says, was the TLC match between AJ and Dean better than their Backlash match? Yes, it was. That match was incredible and well worth a rewatch. And Barry says, I think Zelina has a Bronson Reed chance of winning, which is not unfair. Not an unfair comment there, not at all. Based on the opinions that you've all shared, it seems pretty clear Rhea Ripley is your chosen favourite to win this match. We are now talking the 6-man tag team match. The current undisputed tag team champions Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn will team with Matt Riddle against the Bloodline, that being represented by Solo Sikoa and the Usos. This essentially is just a spectacle match. No championships are on the line. It is very much just a way to keep the crowd hot, keep the crowd going, and continue a Bloodline story that in many ways has outlived its welcome at this point in time. But who have you got for this one? The team of Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn and Matt Riddle, or the team of Solo Sikoa, Jimmy Uso and Jey Uso? Noah says, I really want Brock Lesnar to be an Intercontinental Champion. He wanted to challenge Gunther earlier than he has, but the WWE do not plan to give him the championship. Razar says, this Becky video package is reminding me how much Becky is missed right now. She had so much to whatever show she's on, one of the best in my opinion. We'll be seeing her again soon, don't you worry. And the Dark Society says, I brought it up because we were talking about wrestling and it just randomly popped in my head. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Noah is going with Matt Riddle, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Dark Society is going with Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn and Matt Riddle. Just Incredible says The Bloodline. Leuven says, I can see Pretty Deadly doing good if they team with Seth Rollins and they all can dress goofy together. I would not immediately have them in that position. What I would like to do is start them working with Triple M, and not in a good way, working against them to be the most stylish. Justin thinks Solo Sikoa pins Matt Riddle. Mark says KO, Sami and Bro. Carlos is saying the champs. Dad says Sami, Riddle and Kevin. And Mustafa says Jimmy and Jay lose and beat down Solo. Bold. Andy says KO, Sami and Riddle. Clyde has got Riddle, Zayn and KO, with further tension between Solo Sikoa and the Usos. And Thomas says the Bloodline haven't won recently, so I think they will get the win. Personally, I have the faces winning this one. That, of course, being Matt Riddle, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Sean says, I can see the split of the tag titles to get one of them on Night of Champions, since Sami and KO can't go. And Moxie says, yo, Tom Colohue. Yo, Moxie. How you doing, mate? How are you doing? I think there's every possibility that Night of Champions ends up being the tournament. But we'll see how it actually plays out, because as I previously reported, this match is very much being booked on the fly. Very much being booked on the fly. No 23 refresh. Sid Vicious will never wrestle again. Marcel says KO, Sami and Riddle. Solo turns on the Usos after the match. Razar says I literally forgot this 6-man tag was happening. I guess KO, Sami and Riddle win. I have the faces winning this one. I essentially think this is just a way to keep the crowd happy when you consider that Damian Priest is likely to beat Bad Bunny. So for me, this will be Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens and Matt Riddle picking up the win. I don't know where we're necessarily going with Solo, Sikoa and the Bloodline, but I don't think anything big will happen until Roman Reigns returns, at which point someone is getting the blame. I suspect it'll be Jay. Though, you never can tell. Maybe Jimmy and Jay will be getting beat down. Jimmy gets the opportunity against Roman at Night of Champions, and Jay gets the opportunity at SummerSlam. Dark Society says, when do you think Solo and Roman turn on the Usos? Way back when Sami Zayn was still in the Bloodline, I said, I don't see Roman turning on Sami. I see Sami turning on Roman. That's what I'm seeing. Noah says, the funny thing that should happen at WrestleMania 39, The Rock should have come back. He didn't want it. There was no point at which a Rock match was planned. No point. No point at which he was available. Kieran says, it's a shame the Bloodline storyline went from being one of the best in recent years to it feeling like they're beating a dead horse now, in my opinion. They need to be wise to this. They absolutely need to be wise to the fact that fans are not as invested as they once were, because otherwise they risk going full NWO, and never go full NWO. Never. Callie says, do you think Roman will kick the Usos out of the Bloodline? Nope. Peter says, hi Tom, will you watch AW Double or Nothing this month? Yeah, probably. I don't usually talk about it much, but I do catch up on AW pay-per-views, especially knowing that I'm going to be going to see them soon. Moxie has KO, Sami and Riddle. Moxie says, Tom, will this be the main event? Because it looks like it's the last hype package. The last hype package will be Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. Barry says, I'm 50-50 on that match. Can see arguments for either way. And Moxie says, I still think Jay should become the tribal chief / head of the table. I think there is very much a possibility of that happening. We have 2 matches left to go through our predictions before we go live with Backlash and we lock them in. We have 47 people currently watching the show and 28 likes. If you're able to, please remember to give us that thumbs up. It does make a massive, massive difference to the growth of the channel, and I would very much appreciate it, because it does guarantee more viewers, more views, more income, more growth, etc. as we go forwards. If you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting the subscribe button as well. Every subscriber is an addition. Every new subscriber means more people watching videos, more people aware of the live shows, and more people giving us a chance for channel memberships and the like. Your subscribe will go further than just what you yourself are doing by clicking the button. Every like guarantees more viewers in this show. So please do consider it. We currently have 2,425 subscribers. Can we get 5 more before the night is out? Noah says, could happen that Sami Zayn couldn't turn on Kevin Owens. Sami Zayn could turn on Kevin Owens later down the road. Everything is on the table. Thank you, Callie, for hitting like. Razar says, I'm so over the Bloodline story. It ran its course after Sami and Cody both lost. What's the point now? I don't care about Roman's title till the Cody rematch happens. Till then, it's just predictable. Joey says, hey Tom, how's your night going? Welcome, Joey. Going pretty well, thank you very much. Watched some wrestling earlier and I'm about to watch some wrestling now. Had some live wrestling and now I'm going to watch some slightly less live wrestling. 2 matches left to talk about our predictions for. The double main event. Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest. And I think this is one of those, this is very much one of those that could go either way, and I don't think anyone would be particularly disappointed by either result. Who do you have? Damian Priest or Bad Bunny? A Backlash where Bad Bunny has been the literal face of it, is hosting it, is taking part in a wrestling match, is in Puerto Rico. Bad Bunny or Damian Priest? Joey says, I saw a video of Wade Barrett on the beach. He had some cake next to him. He's having a great time, apparently. Peter Roberts says, WWE were very lucky to create a new world champion because fans would have lost interest in their product. They weren't lucky, they were intentional. They chose to do it. They chose to do it. Moxie wants Tom Colohue versus Gunter, and Moxie is the only person who wants Tom Colohue versus Gunter, but well done on remembering my finishing move. I did have a bit of training, little bit of wrestling training, and I did come up with a dedicated finisher. So, what have we got? Dark Society has Damian Priest, says Damian Priest needs a win. Andy Barr has Priest, Daz Reynolds has Priest. Mark is struggling with this one. Thomas says Damian Priest, but it will probably be Bad Bunny. Sai says Bunny. Bailey says Priest with help from Dom. Dominic Mysterio, we've not really mentioned enough, I don't feel, in this particular moment. Welcome, Bailey, how you doing? Rizal says Bad Bunny as well. Marcel says Bad Bunny. Venom says, I think Bad Bunny. A lot more even than I thought. Definitely a lot of Priest love at the beginning, but slowly but surely we're going full Bunny. Kieran said I want Damian Priest just because I don't like celebrities beating actual wrestlers, but I get it. Always nice to see someone who gets it. Clyde says Bad Bunny is definitely winning. I hope Damian wins though. Always love when the antagonist wins. Dylan, how you doing, mate? Says hi, Tom. Hello. Eric says how many riptides will it take for Rhea to finish Zelina? I say 4. 1. It'll take 1. It's not WrestleMania, mate. 23 Fresh says, is Real Sports doing the documentary on the VKM scandal? Not to my knowledge, no. Mustafa has Priest. Dylan has Bad Bunny. Mark is going for a Priest win. Jaden says Priest as well. Callie says Priest, but Bunny will have the upper hand after the match. We are very even in this prediction. Razar says, why are they calling it a double main event? The Backlash poster was Bad Bunny versus Damian till it got switched last minute to Cody and Brock. What's the reason for this? The plan was always for Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar to main event Backlash. That was always the plan, and that sounds like it's going to be the intention. They're calling it a double main event because they want Bad Bunny and Damian Priest to get over. I've mentioned it earlier, but I did have a little bit of news as regards this. I pulled a quote. I went to a couple of sources, got a quote about this one. And the quote that I've got is, Damian Priest will look like the star that we know he can be. Damian Priest will look like the star that we know he can be. That, I believe, is pretty high praise indeed for Damian Priest. Pretty high praise indeed. Barry says, I think Bad Bunny is winning. Hogan says it's a street fight. It's easy to book a Bunny win. Shoot, the LWO has more male members than the Judgment Day. It could be overbooked, but not necessarily in a bad way. Let's have some carnage. Let's do it. Side says, I haven't really been hyped for this card, and honestly, if the UFC and boxing wasn't on, I may not be up. But they've over-delivered on a number of big shows, so I'm interested. You are right, the big show did over-deliver. Vegeta has Bunny winning. Venom says, I think this is the first time Brock has ever been on the Backlash pay-per-view. Jonathan, how you doing? Says, Street Fight protects Priest in losing. Mark says, do you know how Brock is feeling about working with Cody? Fine. Joey says, I'm surprised Bad Bunny and Damian aren't main eventing. Eric says, Priest with the help of JD McDonough. Seems unlikely. Vegeta says, Priest is great, to be honest. Dylan says, hi Tom, given the right to strike is currently happening, do you think storylines will be cancelled in WWE? No. To my knowledge, the majority of WWE writers are not represented by the Screenwriters Guild. They're not. So that would not prevent them from being in play. Even if they were, Vince McMahon would simply step in and start writing storylines himself. Venom says, do you think the rest of Judgment Day and LWO will be involved in the majority of the match? Not the majority, no. Not the majority. Sean says, do you think LWO will turn on Ray? No. And Moxie, I don't have a signature move, I just have a finisher. Barry says, I think the fact WWE have given Bad Bunny to Damian Priest shows how much faith they have in Priest. They have been rehearsing together, the two of them, and the WWE are very, very happy with the results that they're seeing. Correct, Joey, it would not affect WWE. Peter Roberts says, the Cody Rhodes line finished the story. He will probably lose matches because Triple H said during WrestleMania Night 2 press conference, in WWE, the story never finishes. And James says, do you think the bloodline will stop Cody from winning? No, I don't think they care about Cody. I don't think they care about him at all. As we're talking about it, let's do our final prediction. There is 1 minute left of pre-show, but we're not in a rush here because we're going straight into the main show after this. The main event is planned to be Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. With this in mind, who do you have? And also, how do you have it? So tell me first who you have winning. And secondly, do you buy into this theory that's out there as to whether or not it's going to be a squash, whether or not it's going to be the bloodline involved, whether or not we're going to see Dustin Runnels turn up, or Dustin Rhodes I should say at this point. Who have you got and how? Venom says, which submission would you use, Tom? Personally, when it comes to submissions, I have a variation of the guillotine. It's a variation of the guillotine where I essentially do it standing. I'm also pretty good of a dragon sleeper. There's just a lot of ways you can get into a dragon sleeper. Mark does not know. Andy has Cody. Joey says, I wonder what WWE's reaction is to LA Knight getting big reactions from the crowd. They're okay with it. Callie says Cody for the win. Marcel has Cody. Andy says 5 Crossroads. Venom says if it's a squash that will bury Cody. Yeah, and that would be intentional. Daz says Cody by DQ. Justin, welcome mate, says I could be wrong, but I don't see Cody winning. Mustafa says Cody with interference, no squash. Peter says Brock Lesnar will beat Cody Rhodes tonight with 6 F5s. That's actually more than it took to beat Roman at WrestleMania 34, so it will not be 6 F5s. Razar says Brock is winning, Cody gets beaten bad so he can miss the world title tournament, which I actually don't hate that idea. Leon says Brock Lesnar, yes I do, I think it will indeed be a squash match. Vegeta says Cody wins in 6 minutes after 4 Crossroads. Clyde says Cody with plenty of shenanigans. James thinks there's going to be a DQ. And Dylan says Brock wins and it is a squash and bloodline interference. I'm not sure how both of those things can happen, but I'm excited to find out. I like what they've done there by Corey Gray saying backlash from the beach. I like that, it's very well played. Mark says, okay, so I've got 2 theories. If Brock wins, they're going with the John Cena story for Cody. And if Cody wins, then they're having favourite to win Money in the Bank and cash in on Roman. Venom says it's going to be boring with Brock just battering Cody and Cody just barely fighting back. To be fair, that's exactly what happened against Daniel Bryan. It's exactly what happened against AJ Styles. And those matches are very, very well received. Clyde says, I hope to see more drone shots like last night's Smackdown. That was fun. I really did like that. And hopefully we see it more and more, because a few different ways of doing things can go a long way. Tom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit the like button or we have 3 words for you. It's showtime, folks. Welcome, Dom. How you doing, mate? Great to see you, and thanks as always for sending out those reminders. We are an hour into our show. The pre-show is just wrapping up. We've had 253 views already, an average viewership of 37, which is a pretty good number, and 35 likes already. If you're able to hit like, please do consider doing so, and subscribe if you haven't already. The opening package for pay-per-views has recently been very bloated, because they are insistent on including everyone on the card. And it's a problem, because it's just far too bloated. They give him Bad Bunny plenty of time. He's clearly the focus. But the fact that they're including everyone else is sort of slowing the momentum a little bit. And Venom says, do you think Cody will go after Roman after he's done with Brock? I don't think he can. He's on the wrong show. Tommy B, how you doing? So Bad Bunny is pumped to wrestle in his home country. It's going to be awesome to see. He loves wrestling. He doesn't need to do it. He does it for the love of wrestling. Clyde says Cody's in the second act of his hero journey. Mark says, I'm going to say Cody will win, but he'll get battered enough. He can't go into the world title match, but can go to Money in the Bank. James says if Bloodline gets involved, Sami and KO and Riddle will get involved. It's going to be very repetitive, which is why I don't see it. Mark's excited for the drone, and you know what? So am I, because they've done it all over again. It is exactly the same shot that we had last night for SmackDown. Now, obviously that's quite... We know why, it's in the same place. But it was still very nice to see that shot. I quite liked it. Venom says, do you think Roman will drop the title at SummerSlam? I still do, yes, but I also thought he was going to do it at WrestleMania, so what do I know? Dylan says, hey Tom, don't know if you've ever been to London, but I'm going to London in 2 weeks for the first time and I'm excited. I've been to London a lot. I spent quite a lot of time in London. I can't stand central London. It's too busy for me. We have a very loud crowd already. They're introducing the Spanish announce team, and we were expecting the Spanish announce team to have their table gone through on SmackDown. We didn't get it. We can do better. We can do better. Thomas says, I think Brock wins and Cody's then eliminated early in the world title picture, then enters Money in the Bank match, comes up short, starts to win, coming up to the Rumble, and wins. Does lead to a rematch versus Roman in which Cody finally wins the big one. I'm not there for year-long feuds. I'm really not. Kieran says, do we know if Damian was the one that trained Bad Bunny as they tagged together for his first match? He wasn't the sole person to train Bad Bunny, but they have been working together the longest. Yes, James Kemple, they're phrasing it as a double main event. Mark, once again, says a double Spanish announce table is going to be broken. Bailey says, any sign introducing Bianca first in her match? Not necessarily. I think it's mostly the fact that they want the visual of Damage Control coming out together. They like to make sure a face comes out first. It's just pretty traditional now. They like to make sure a face comes out first, just so the crowd gets the energy going in the right direction. Sai says, I love this understated entryway. Very different. Megan says the drone shot is very nice. I agree. I'm hoping to see more of it going forwards. I think I just heard a pop for Damage Control, which is a good spot. Iyo Sky coming down to her own music, her own theme, which is standing out. Like it. Venom says the matches were good with Brock versus Bryan and Styles, but the first half of those matches are boring with Brock battering them at the start and they only pick up momentum towards the end. That is much the same way a musician might use a suspended cord. Much in the same way that Drew McIntyre didn't eliminate Brock Lesnar first in the Royal Rumble. He instead came out at, I believe, number 17? And eliminated Brock Lesnar then. You had to have the catastrophe before the catastrophe. Eric says, I love Bianca's special entrance. Do you think it's going to be permanent? No, not really. Peter Robert has an opinion. Says Triple H does not like Cody Rhodes because he destroyed his throne at AEW. That's not true. Triple H found that good competition. Marcus Hyde Trio coming out to her own music. Vegeta said it's not believable for Brock to ever fight from underneath Venom, which is not unfair. Not unfair. Thomas quite rightly pointing out no Damage Control, which is interesting. I don't think that's going to last long, but still. Dylan said I heard Triple H wants Roman to keep the titles until September 2024. Who'd you hear that from, Dylan? Can you give me a source? Because I'm pretty sure I know what your source is, and they didn't say that. Blue says crowd hyped for Iyo, and they absolutely are. Good cheers for both. If anything, I think it's a bit mixed for Bianca, actually. It is mixed for Bianca. I think Bianca Belair needs to lose a championship relatively soon, because otherwise those boos are going to get even stronger. Justin says 2 SmackDown women fighting for the Raw belt. True, true. Blue spots the boos as well. Bailey says Samantha's ring intros are first rate. They are. She knows how to hype and she knows how to stay hype. Sean says, I think today Bianca breaks the record. She would and she will. Thank you very much for subscribing. Hellboy DA92, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for clicking that subscribe. We will be watching Backlash now, but we also have Mondays and Fridays, our spoiler warning news show, and we watch every episode of SmackDown as well. So stick around, because you'll get plenty of content coming your way if you do. A Let's Go Iyo chant from the crowd. They're making a very clear statement, this crowd, as to who they are behind. Dom says a good crowd tonight, which is absolutely right. Venom says, do you think Ciampa would join the WA? Oh, the Way? No. Ciampa is not Way. Jaden rating the gear says Bianca's gear 8 out of 10, Iyo's gear 7 out of 10. Now this is something we only really do on the pay-per-views, and this is because of the Hall of Fame, but I'm behind it. I know Megan, I think you enjoy it as well. Ghosts here, that'd be even better. But there's quite a few people who enjoy the ratings of gear as well. Jaden reminded me. Thank you, Jaden. Who do we think has a better gear tonight? I will say the men tend not to make as much effort with their ring gear, which is disappointing. Very disappointing. Thomas gives both gear 8 out of 10. I've always liked Iyo's gear. Bianca, I'm not the biggest fan of. It's very, very sparkly. But I think it's mostly because her gear tends to be basically the same, just a different colour. Venom says, is Johnny injured or are they just not using him? I've reported about 17 times now, Venom. Johnny Gargano is injured. The crowd are really into Iyo Sky here. Bianca knows her job here. She knows what her job is. Mark gives both women 9 out of 10. Blue says the more shows outside of mainland US the better. A great way of gauging how over people are around the world, like Bayley in Wales. Bayley in the UK is the most over on the entire card. 100%, bar none. Yes, Peter, the crowd are booing Bianca Belair. They've been doing that for a while. Eric says, do you have any idea when Becky will come back? Soon. Avaji says, Bianca's gear is great, she makes it herself. She does, no question of that. Sean, they've always reported Iyo as from Osaka, Japan. Always. Moxie wants Bianca to lose and hypes up the Let's Go Iyo chant. And Hector says, evening Tom and chat. Is it the first PLE or WWE pay-per-view in Puerto Rico to your knowledge or no? To my knowledge, yes it is. Megan, correct me if I'm wrong. She has already done so. New Year's Revolution 2005 was in Puerto Rico. Thank you, Megan. Always so handy having you here. Moxie says Seth will have the best gear. I disagree with that one. I'd keep an eye out for Zelina Vega. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is keep an eye out for Zelina Vega's gear. A lot of the fans are really excited to see Iyo Sky beat the hell out of Bianca Belair, and Iyo's clearly feeling it as well. Peter says, if Cody Rhodes loses tonight, I will no longer take him seriously, and I'm sure he'll be very upset that you in particular are not going to take him seriously, and he'll have to console himself with the thousands upon thousands of people who do. Steve says, just tuning in, my horse won the Kentucky Derby. Congratulations. Someone loves Iyo Sky. They absolutely do. And Sai says, I was not expecting a heel crowd in Puerto Rico. I think, unfortunately, Bianca Belair is just in that position right now where she is overexposed. She is overexposed. Meanwhile, Iyo Sky and Damage Control have not had the rub of the green just yet. This is a big opportunity for Iyo Sky, and if she can take it, the sky's the limit. Jaden didn't expect booing. They booed Bianca at WrestleMania as well. And Mark says, Bayley is loved in the UK. We all want to know. Venom says, do you think Bianca will use a hair whip on Bianca? No, that would be like hitting yourself with a title. She very much keeps it for special occasions. Iyo Sky is not someone who's asked her to do it. Blue wants Iyo Sky pushed. I think you're getting your wish, mate. She's currently competing for a women's championship. Mark says, Triple H has won the world title in Puerto Rico before. Blue says, hot crowds like this is how you get wrestlers over elsewhere. Yes, that is spot on. Hot crowds like this add a lot to everything, and this is one of the main reasons the WWE will be leaving the US more often under the new premium live event system. BG said she gets cheered everywhere else. Not true, she got booed at WrestleMania. Eric says, speaking of Zelina, do you think she gets a special entrance as the only local female on the roster? She has special gear. Beyond that, I can't really say much, and I'm not going to. Megan says, I really like Zelina. I feel like Zelina's really going to pull something special for her gear. I promise you, we're going to be impressed by Zelina Vega. 23 Fresh says, do people like JR in the wrestling business? Yes and no. Jane says, the boo almost looks piped in noise. It's not. Tyler G, how you doing, mate? So say, Tom, just tuning in, hope you're having a good day. Have you heard any news on Orton making an appearance tonight? No, Randy Orton is not there. Bailey says, Bianca would make a major heel if they pushed it that way. At the moment, that's not the intention, but I have been speaking about that one for a little while. I think there's room, particularly if Montez Ford turns heel. Blue says, I'd point out that Iyo is a bit of a presence in the Latin wrestling world. Going back to Lucha Underground, very fair comment. She did make appearances on Lucha Underground. I haven't caught up to all of that yet, but certainly it's there. I can tell Vegeta. I can tell because she does not get cheered everywhere else, but you seem to think she does. I appreciate that you can admit it. Like, we all have our biases. We all have wrestlers who we think deserve more than they get. We all have that. It's an honest person who's honest enough with themselves to admit it. Ed is surprised the crowd has turned on Bianca and says Bianca's NXT heel run was epic. Epic, a word that gets thrown around a lot, but not always unfairly. Megan says if she doesn't win tonight, could Iyo be a good possibility for Money in the Bank? I think she could be. Personally, though, I would think that would be Dakota Kai's turn, because I do feel Dakota Kai is someone that they think is ready for championship runs. The crowd have added a lot to the match, but all in all, it's been a good match. The tempo's been solid, athleticism on show, good counters as well. Both women bringing their A game, and also no real messing around so far. No damage control as of yet on the outside. No real cheating, just quality wrestling overall. Bianca Belair is starting to overpower Iyo at this point. That is a game that Iyo does not want to be playing. Dylan says, do you think Conor McGregor could actually fight Roman at SummerSlam this year? Because apparently he talked about him on his Twitter. No. Just a straight no on that one. Conor McGregor definitely did quote tweet something about Roman, but it wasn't with an intention to start a fight. Maybe he will now. Maybe the WWE can reach out and make it happen, but it wasn't with an intention of fighting him. Blue says Rhea and Bianca next Mania with the Hart Austin turn. I wouldn't hate it. I would not hate it. And Mark feels the same way about Gunter. Venom says if not Cody, who do you think could face Roman at SummerSlam? Jay? Sami? Bobby? Baron Corbin? Mustafa Ali? Zeb Coulter? Vince Russo? Shinsuke Nakamura? Adam Cole? Bebe? Mr. Kennedy? Corey Graves? Minoru Suzuki? Kenny Omega? Will Ospreay? Hannah Taylor? Tom Colohue? Stephanie Chase? Rhea Ripley? Dominic Mysterio? And I could keep going. There's a lot of wrestlers in WWE. Callie is shocked that they're cheering for Iyo Sky. I'm pleasantly surprised. You see, this won't last. This is a great opportunity for Iyo Sky, and the crowd are helping her to take it. But once we're out of Puerto Rico, the fan opportunity will start to swap. Peter says, great start to the pay-per-view. That is a terrible, terrible landing by Iyo Sky there. It sounds to me like Bianca is turning the crowd back in her favour here. 23 Fresh says, why didn't Mr. Kennedy ever win the WWE title? Wasn't there long enough and nobody wanted him to. Justin says, the crowd is awesome. It's going to be a fun night. Moxie says, I hope Karrion Kross retires Edge. He won't. Hector says, I just hope if they do a Bianca heel turn that you don't get the You People promo. That's old and not even that surprising anymore. Personally, I would just have Montez Ford turn heel and then Bianca Belair say, you're having a lot of fun. I'm jealous. Let's do it together. Keen saying, ouch. Andy Barr says she dropped her on her face, which she did. James says that's how you get a broken nose, which is absolutely correct. Mark wants Roman, and I've learned a lot about you today, Mark. I don't blame you, though. Roman is a very attractive man. Clive says they've got the crowd in the palm of their hands. They have. Now, if Bianca's smart about this, she'll wrestle heel, which so far she hasn't. Iyo Sky has swapped to wrestling face. In many ways, in respect of the crowd, she swapped to wrestling as the face. But Bianca Belair has to swap with her. She has to read the room just as well as Iyo Sky has, and make that change. It'll feel real good It'll make a difference. It'll make it right. That was heel. Oh, no, that was heel face. She's doing it. That was heel face. A push from behind there. Bianca is wearing heel face. We have a crossface in play. The crowd are really behind us. A possibility. Bianca's selling well, but she's moving around a bit too much. Sean says, I don't think they'll turn Bianca heel. She appeals to kids. That was also said of Bayley. Nectar says, Tom, what are your thoughts on the early ticket sales for All In? Very, very good showing. I thought if they sold 50,000 tickets, that'd be a great amount, but they've already sold more than that. I'm going myself, so I'll let you know how it goes. Iyo Sky is looking absolutely amazing here. Absolutely amazing. It's not impossible that she does win the championship here. Ultimately, the champion would still be SmackDown Women's Champion, but then Damage Control would hold the belt. She would also have done something that Bayley couldn't do, which adds a whole extra level of intrigue. I wouldn't hate it. Sean says, do you think MJF loses it All In? No. Iyo needs to take advantage soon, though. Sooner rather than later. Mark says, to be honest, as regards Roman, I've named my son after him. So you should. Blue says, Iyo's style is perfect for international wrestling. A lot like Ray, she can get over around the world. I feel like we're building towards a finish now. Bianca does not have the KOD locked in. Her arm was in the wrong spot. She's been thrown to the outside. Still no sign of Damage Control, which I'm liking. Vegeta also wants some Roman. Clyde says, glad they're getting plenty of time to showcase their talents. I think, yeah, Iyo's got a busted lip. Just down here. Busted up. Callie says, I wouldn't mind a bit of Roman. I wouldn't either. Very attractive man. Tommy says the match is awesome. Mustafa says this match needs a double turn. Doesn't need it. The match is fantastic on its own. It doesn't need any turns. The word need is overused when it comes to wrestling. 23 Fresh said, do Vince McMahon and Bret Hart get along these days? No, very few people get along with Vince these days. Mark says, what an amazing start. And Vegeta loves his tribal chief. Tyler says, if Bayley comes out for the betrayal, that would be interesting. Would certainly turn Bayley into the biggest heel in the company, at least on the strength of tonight. Alexa Bliss is not there, Sean, to my knowledge. A perfect moonsault. Good catch from Bianca as well. Bianca's back is covered in bruises. Covered in bruises. And she's kicking out quite late now. This match is going the duration here. Usually around now the matches are wrapping up. But they have not slowed down at all. The pace remains high. Iyo's got a mark there as well where she's been hit. They're showing the war wounds, they're showing the bruises, but the finish is coming. Thomas says the match is really good. This is how women's wrestling should be done. And to be fair, in the WWE, at least for pay-per-views, this is how women's wrestling is done. Sounds like a This Is Awesome chant, but in Spanish. Ooh, awkward bump there from Iyo. Blue says less matches mean the women get legit time. I love it. I agree. And hey, if there's going to be a squash in the main event, you've got to give that time back somewhere. Iyo Sky going with some top rope offense. Bianca reverses. I'm kind of expecting her to reverse it into a KOD here. Did I not say Spanish? Clyde, what did I say? I meant Spanish. Not the best powerbomb I've ever seen, but a powerbomb nonetheless. Off the ropes. I don't think it'll do it. Powerbombs aren't finishers anymore. What did I say if I didn't say Spanish? Blue says Iyo is a star. She's certainly proving that tonight. That powerbomb was actually much better than I thought it was on first viewing. I absolutely take it back. Mark says this is epic, and Jaden is saying, I know, changing my predictions, Bianca wins. That's not how that works, mate. That is not how that works. You lock in your prediction in the pre-show. Here's damage control now. Sai says, I actually thought Bianca had cupping therapy on her back like Raquel, but you're right, that's some nasty bruising. Clyde says, made reference to you understanding the crowd. Oh, gotcha. It looks like the distraction is not working out as intended. Or Bianca's just going to beat up all three of them now. She's not got the KOD in anymore. Oh, she had me there. Iyo had me convinced there. Damage control rocking the yellow as well. Hazard signs. Steve said, I thought Bianca was going to try the Styles Clash from the middle rope for a second there. Keane says, these ladies are going crazy. Tommy already giving a match of the year. Mark, much like myself, thought that was it. Bianca at this point going after Bayley, taking her eyes off the ball there. Hector says, say what you will about the booking of Triple H's weekly programming, but he really pulls out all the stops for these PLEs where they've become must watch. Dakota Kai has shown her benefits there. Bayley very cleverly holding the hair. The referee stepping in the way. That'll provide enough distraction. The moonsault is missed. That's going to be that. And Bayley essentially can be blamed now, even though I don't necessarily think she should be. Potentially, Iyo Sky had that. Iyo Sky had that. I'm gonna need a lie down after that one. Great tempo, great range, great variety, great wrestling. Sai says the match rebuilt a star in Iyo Sky. 23 says, with Vince Russo, the primary reason the Attitude Era was so successful. No, the primary reason the Attitude Era was so successful was Eric Bischoff and Vince McMahon. Keane says, Iyo is going to hurt Bayley. Not necessarily. Mark says, if Bayley didn't get involved, she should have won it. Yeah, debatable point. But Bayley's involvement certainly will be what is focused on. Ultimately, the referee was not stopping Iyo from going on the attack. She was not stopping. He was not in the way. Iyo Sky could still have hit that moonsault. Vegeta. Justin is entitled to his opinion. So our match ratings are starting to come in. And so far, they're very, very positive. We have Sai giving the match a solid 9. Leon saying great match, a 9 for me. Andy has given it a 9 as well. Jaden's given it a 1 out of 0. I'm assuming that's a 10. Peter has given the match a 10. Stuart Ridley has given the match a 9. I would be giving the match a 9 for certain. I don't think that's necessarily a 5-star classic that we're going to go back to many times. But I will say that was a magnificent opener to the show. Great fun to watch. Continued the story, and we've definitely got the breakup of Damage Control incoming, as I've been mentioning for a little while as well. Rey Mysterio's gone backstage to Bad Bunny. We're going to see a lot of Bad Bunny backstage. Bunny got back over the next few hours. Jaden has given the match an 8 out of 10. Thomas gives it a 9. Clyde a 9. Keem has given it a 9. Conan is backstage with a kendo stick. I'm wrong. That's not Conan. I only saw him from the back and I got confused. It's actually Savio Vega. I do apologise. I very much apologise for that. Bailey says 9 out of 10. Face turn for Iyo coming. Blue says 9. Would have been 10 if Iyo had won. Tyler G gives it 4 out of 5. Just completely ignoring the methodology that we have here. Fair play to you. Venom gives it a 7. Mustafa gives it a 10. Mark giving it a 10. Vegeta giving it a 10 as well. Steve says, has Ray ever worn the same mask twice? Yes, quite a lot. Mostly when he was just starting out and he was quite poor. Pretty big pop for Savio, you're absolutely right. Ghost is here, says hello Tom and chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome, Ghost. Hector says 8 for this match. I need to see every other match to have something to compare it with. And Megan says 8.5 only because it is first. Moxie says Iyo should have just hit it and went into the pin, would have forced the ref to count. And also says 9 out of 10 for that one. Justin does not understand a word of what's being said and 100% loves it. Curvin gives it a 3. Not sure where you're coming from there, Curvin. I thought that was a great match. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Like, I probably should have just, conjugated the fraction, but we are where we are. I know that's the wrong word. Just embrace it. Steve says Ray's gonna have a museum type wing in his house for all his masks. Yeah, pretty much. Mostly in storage, but he likes to show them off too. As regards Conan 23 Fresh, Conan recently did return to the WWE to induct Ray into the Hall of Fame. They are talking up the World Heavyweight Championship again. It's starting to get egregious now. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. Venom says, do you think they might start to do something with Tegan? Also, Cross needs to be used better. Not really. I don't see it. Kevin, I'd imagine you're very influenced by a fandom of Iyo Sky then. Seth Rollins versus Omos will be up next. I'm going to be really, really clear here. Really clear. This cannot live up to the last match. It's simply not possible. Even with someone as talented as Seth Rollins, this match cannot live up to Bianca Belair versus Iyo Sky. That said, the crowd are going to be very heavily behind Seth, as all crowds now are. Eric thinks Liv Morgan will be the one to beat Bianca. Keane thinks the match is going to end in a DQ, and Vegeta wants the Homo sapiens to rise. To rise. To prove yourself and rise. We have a YouTube subscription from the Rodriguez family. I wonder if they're related to a few Rodriguez names we've got in here. Thank you very kindly for your subscription. I very much appreciate it. And the growth of the channel is built almost entirely on so many of you hitting like, leaving comments, and subscribing as well. Thank you, Rodriguez family, and thank you to everyone else who is a part of this community. We're currently on 2,429 subscribers. 2429. One more will get us up to 2,430 and smash the goal that I essentially set myself earlier on today. So please do consider if you've not yet done so. Ghost says, I absolutely forgot Seth versus Omos was happening. At least the crowd is going to pop for Seth per usual. Let's take a thing. Let's take a bet. Moxie says Seth and Sami are the top baby faces of the company. Cody, let's take a bet. Between the bell ringing and the moment that the crowd stops singing Seth's theme, how much time do you think will elapse? 456 gives the match a 9 out of 10 as well. Between the bell ringing to start the match and the fans no longer singing Seth's theme, how much time do you think will elapse? I personally think the first 6 minutes, there will be an audible chant, an audible sing-along for Seth's theme. How long do you think? Venom says, who do you think wins here, Tom? I've gone with Omos, to be honest. Mark says, just thinking Omos wins, goes to SmackDown and says to Roman, I beat the person that hasn't lost against you and has a match. Night of Champions against Roman. I don't think anyone would enjoy that. Kevin says, Omos versus Seth Rollins match of the year. I guarantee. Very little response for Omos. It's a boo. It's not a strong boo. Omos has some new gear. Looks pretty good. Mark thinks it will be 15 minutes of crowd singing. Clyde has given it 8 minutes. Thomas also says 8 minutes. Tyler gives it 3 minutes. Blue says if they have a 10-minute match, the first 5 minutes will be singing. Stuart says don't think they stop at all. Myself. Blue says will Roman be at Mania? Yes. James says Omos is a good dude, cares about what he does, and constantly trying, pardon me, to get better, which ultimately is why he's getting so many chances. Oh, Blue, different question. Ghost says I don't see the match being long, so I won't be shocked if they sing his song the whole match, but my guess is about 6 minutes. Moxie's gone with 7. Hector says I have Omos winning here. He probably needs to win more than Seth because Seth can take the loss and still end up winning the new title. Lots of groundswell for support behind Seth Rollins being the one to win the championship. Justin says, Tom, have you ever known WWE to call an audible during a match and change the finish due to crowd reaction by the ref? Yes. Many times, in fact. That's actually very common. Very common. Joey says, great opening match. Love seeing how over Iyo was. And Keem says Omos needs new music, which I don't think is unfair. Joey thinks this match is a bathroom break. I think Seth can get something out of Omos. I just don't necessarily think it's something that I want to watch. You know? I just don't necessarily think it's something that I want to watch. Seth Rollins on his way down to the ring. The crowd already singing along. And so they should. Megan says the sing-along for Seth's theme will probably last longer than this match. Calling it now. You are definitely the person who would know whether or not that happens. Let's see what we end up with. Because the sing-along is definitely going to be loud. It's going to be powerful. Mark says, I'm going to time when the match starts. Mark keeping track for us. Appreciate that, Mark. 23 says, is the WWE still mad at Jon Moxley for leaving the company for AEW? The WWE was never mad at Jon Moxley for leaving for AEW. They were a little disappointed at broken promises, but ultimately they weren't mad. Venom thinks the quicker the match ends, the better. Disagree. Omos versus Brock was pretty solid at WrestleMania. Joey says Seth is going to have to carry this match. To a degree, yes. And Kevin is waiting for the title changes. I like that at this point we have Seth under spotlight and the crowd encouraged to sing along. Do you remember when Seth Rollins wasn't cool? Oh, almost trying to stop the sing-along in its tracks there. With a big boot before the match actually starts. That was clever. Very cleverly done. Andy says, how does the WWE determine if a superstar's push is working? There are a number of different ways. Crowd response is naturally part of it. Omos has genuinely silenced the crowd there. Not entirely. There it is. Still singing. Still singing. So, there's stuff like merch sales, there's stuff like the volume in attendance, there's stuff like ticket sales. Social media presence is also one that they've been using a lot recently. Steve says it was a new camera angle. They're starting to employ drone-style camera views and zooms. Yes, they are. And honestly, I'm quite excited by the use of it. Blue says Omos is going to have good matches with good wrestlers. Seth is a good wrestler. Omos encouraging the crowd to keep singing. And Keem says, Mr. Freakin'. Sai like the big boot says perfect from Omos. Eric says, never mind, I forgot Liv and Bianca are on separate brands. Joey says Seth has really turned his run around with this babyface run. Well, he was turned babyface just by being so awesome. Just by being so awesome. Clyde says Seth is going to sell like Dolph Ziggler. 23 Fresh says, do people like Enzo? Yes and no. Joey says LWO shirts must have sold like crazy at this show. They did. And Alyssa says, do overbook Bianca Belair want Iyo to win titles? Iyo will win titles. She is, after all, a multiple-time tag team champion. Sean says, do you think Candice and Indy become a tag team on Raw? Yes. And Go says, well, that was just rude. Omos has certainly got the crowd's attention with that one, but it also makes me think he's not got any chance in hell of winning. Rollins dumped to the outside, and I can hear them starting to sing again. Can hear it. Venom says Seth versus Braun Breaker would be good. Seth versus anyone is good. Mark says it took 55 seconds. Almost did a good job then. Like, you just have to say, almost did a good job. Eric says, I never realised how good a seller Seth is. Once he realised, he never stopped. Sai pulling out one of my catchphrases, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. Almost does the job. He gets the reaction from the crowd. He knows how to work. He knows how to sell. He's a good wrestler. He's just a little slow paced because of his size, and he's been used in a way that defines him as a one-trick pony. If anything, I think Omos deserves better. A chokeslam from Omos to Seth Rollins on, I don't know if anyone knows this, the hardest part of the ring. I honestly just had a moment in my head where I told myself, right, this is going to be the commercial break. It felt like it was about to be a commercial break. But it's pay-per-view. They don't do that. Almost doing the old Kane thing. The old Kane thing of benching Seth Rollins to throw him into the ring. Blue says, loving the new pay-per-view logos that integrate the locations. And Venom says, Omos constantly loses. He does. And if he won tonight, that would then change. Imagine for a moment that Omos wins tonight and how that changes his career. He's not a bad wrestler. Snake Eyes and a big boot Undertaker style there. Bit of respect shown from a legend to a legend. The fans are still singing. It's not been consistent all the way through, but they haven't stopped singing. Keane says he needs to establish dominance. He does, and one of the ideal ways to do that is to win matches. The fans are shouting at someone outside of the ring. They've completely lost track of what's actually happening here. They're insulting someone. I think it's MVP. I'm going to hazard a guess that MVP fell over. And that's apparently more interesting than the match. It's always Seth Rollins who something happened during his match, isn't it? And everyone starts looking elsewhere. Mark says, I really enjoy watching Omos, might be the only one. Venom says, it's tricky because if Omos loses, it looks weak, and if Seth loses, it's not going to look good if he's going to win the World Heavyweight title. By the time he wins the championship, everyone will have forgotten. Cohen says, about Seth Rollins' theme song, Visionary, do you think the older song can get Rollins over with the fans? The older song did. Burn It Down got seriously over. So I says, they're chanting and pointing at something way off camera. And as I say, I did expect MVP, something like MVP falling over. And Venom says, can't really call Omos an unstoppable monster if he keeps losing. I agree. Let's have him win this match then. I think you all agree with me that the right choice now is for Seth Rollins to lose. That's the feel I'm getting. The feel I'm getting from everyone is that you all want Seth to lose. Alyssa says, what is Roman Reigns doing on SmackDown this week? Whatever he's booked to do. He doesn't know yet. Andy says, I like Omos. Believes that a lot of wrestlers give back right before winning the big one. They do. For example, Money in the Bank winners historically go on some pretty massive losing streaks. Keem says we're going to see a super curb stomp. Every possibility. I'm not sure who it was who said the shorter his match is, the better. But I think you can admit to being wrong on this one. It's been a solid... Lovely kick out. Yokozuna style there. I think you can admit to being wrong on that one. Then it says, seeming like Seth is going to win based on the way the match is going. Yep, and you can also say it looks like Omos is going to win based on the way the match is going, because matches aren't always that simple. I'm very happy with that kick out. I enjoyed it. Again, the serenade continues. there's still very little actual storyline between Seth and Omos. I think that's really killed a lot of momentum from the match. But at the same time, the match itself is good. Seth just cleared Omos accidentally. Seth's going for the stomp and does not get it. This is also feeling like it's about to be a finish. Big choke slam. Almost covering. Seth Rollins kicks out. Sly says, if Seth loses this, I fear we're getting a world title feud with these two. It's not terrible, but I don't need a summer-long feud. King says this could set up a feud for the title on Raw. It very much could. And Devon Peer, I do, mate. Says, what do you think about the New Japan Strong Women's Championship tournament? I've not seen the brackets, as it were, as of yet, but I'm excited to know it's happening. The Women's Championship has been pretty well handled by New Japan so far. Mark says, I like the way he couldn't stomp. Hector says they're giving this match so much time, Omos can really go for a bigger guy. He can. He is impressive. He is impressing people backstage as well. I don't understand the hatred for Omos at the moment because he's performing. He's proving himself worth it. Seth going for another sleeper to try and slow this man down. Stewart says he kind of get an idea of Omos' size when he's nearly Seth's height when he's on his knees. Yeah, I don't know how you intend to stomp this man, but if that's the plan, good luck to you. Good luck to you. I wish you all the luck in the world. The sleeper is not quite working as you're hoping for, Seth, is it? Sidewalk slam. Now the fans are starting to get restless. Now we need to start heading towards a finish. Now is definitely the time. You could feel the moment there. A moment there where the interest just started to drop. MVP distracting the ref. Rollins hits the stomp. Seems to be on MVP's cane. I think he hit a stomp on MVP's cane. Another stomp. And I think that'll be it. It is not. Almost surviving this one. Steve says almost needs at least a 2003-2004 Big Show type mid-card title run to maybe put over the next John Cena type babyface. His size and strength remind me of Show. So you're thinking maybe Rusev with the US title? Clyde says Seth and Omos will share a beer after working well together. They do have some good chemistry. And I don't think, as has been earlier suggested, that Seth Rollins is carrying this. I think they're working very well together. James says it's a great match. Eric says Seth did it in 2. 23 says, why was MVP never WWE champion? Because he was never anywhere near that level when he was wrestling regularly. Seth's heading up to the top rope. And Ghost says, I see both Omos and Seth being in the world title tournament. I'm not sure how many people are going to be in it. I believe it's free from Raw and free from Smackdown. If so, that's not a lot of opportunities, and I don't think Omos really merits it. Correct. Indeed, Keem. A super curb stomp. Surely that's that. Again, much like the match against Brock, I think Omos did a great job there. I think he did a fantastic job. Great match overall. Well worth watching. Devon says it's a one-night tournament with Mercedes versus Stephanie Vaquer and Willow Nightingale versus Momo Kogo, and the winner of those two matches will fight in the main event. Mercedes working double duty. Clyde says Backlash is 2 for 2 thus far. Good pay-per-view. Sorry, PLE. I'm 1 for 1. 1 for 2, I should say. I had Omos for that. And you know what? We had a great match, and I'm pretty happy with the result either way. Seth gave a lot to Omos, but Omos also gave a lot back. As Venom says, at least Omos was protected. Mark says, really liked that match. Thought Omos did really well and people hating on him need to stop and just enjoy. 8 out of 10. Peter gives it a 6. Tyler gives it a 7. How are we rating that match? Personally, in a move that will surprise no one, I'm going to give it a 7. Really enjoyed it. Thought it was quality. Could very happily watch it again. Good selling, good athleticism, good strength from Omos, and Seth Rollins, of course, is Seth Rollins. I think the crowd only really started to lose interest very, very late in the show on that one. Very late in the show. Sly says, give Seth Rollins a pay rise. Credit to Omos. Also, I think I've read that one actually. Ed says, B pay-per-view, my ass. This has been a great show so far. Under Triple H, the PLEs have absolutely rocked. Sly says, every match gets a bonus point for not having LA Knight in it. Sly trying to choose violence today. So a 6 bumped up to 7 out of 10. Stuart says it was a good showing. To be fair to the big man, 7 out of 10. Andy says he sold a stomp really well. 456 gives it an 8. King gives it a 7. Said it was a bit slow, which is a fair criticism. Andy gives it a 7.5. Jaden is 2 for 2 on his predictions. Joey says Seth's the real GOAT. He gave Omos the best match he's had. Bailey gives him a 7. Mustafa gives him a 7. Jaden goes a little higher, says match was an 8. Julia, how you doing? Welcome. Says 8, it was good and I wasn't expecting it to be. I think a lot of people said that exact thing about the WrestleMania match with Brock. I think eventually we're just going to have to start expecting it. Steve says, when the camera zoomed in on Seth at the top, I really thought MVP would revive and cane Seth's hamstring. I've seen too much of that camera trickery. Fair. Thomas gives it a 7 as well. Joey says Seth is a real GOAT. He brought Omos to his best match, which is something you've already said. Sean says Omos played college basketball at the University of South Florida. Thanks for that stat. And Hector says, to be honest, Omos has been a better signing than Gable Steveson to this point, just based on the time, effort and ring practice, and well, he's on TV as well. Megan says this is actually okay. To be fair, had very low expectations and more confusion than anything else, but this has been alright. Solid 6 for me. Moxie gives it a 7 as well. Ghost says the opening match was a 9. Seth Omos was a 6.5. Was a tough act for them to follow, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, which ultimately is the highest praise you can possibly get at this point. You were following like a 9 out of 10 match in Bianca Belair versus Iyo Sky. You should have been doomed. You should have had no chance. And yet, you provided something interesting, entertaining, and different. As far as I'm concerned, that is a victory in the column for Seth Rollins and Omos. Venom says Jordan Devlin versus Dragon Lee on NXT this week was amazing. Defo worth checking out. They are once again mentioning the concept of the double main event. We're going to see a lot of Bad Bunny during the show. We are 2 matches into a 7 match card, and so far, great show. Next up, we have the United States Championship match. Bobby Lashley is making his entrance. He will be challenging Austin Theory, the United States Champion, but the match will also feature, as part of a triple threat, Bronson Reed. This is an incredible opportunity for Bronson Reed. Much like Iyo Sky was able to prove a point earlier, and Damian Priest will get a shot later, this is a huge opportunity for Bronson Reed. If you look back a year, just a year, at the cards that we were getting, there has been a real refresh of talent. When you factor in Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega, Damian Priest getting a huge opportunity, Cody versus Brock, Matt Riddle being in a prime position, Solo Sikoa's rise. If you look back just a year, there isn't even a Solo Sikoa to talk about. Keem says, who eats the pin? I think any one of them could in a triple threat. Honestly, I don't think it's that big a deal. Mark says, this is about to be so much better. Theory is here. James forgot about this match. I think the level of hype for Backlash was very, very low. And that automatically means we're pretty much guaranteed a good one, because under promise, over deliver. Julia's rooting for Bronson. Venom says, don't think it'll be Bronson because he was drafted to Raw. I agree, and that's the main reason I don't think it'll be Bronson Reed either. Though, as I say, it is a great opportunity for him to show what he can do. Moxie says, what's a double main event? A lie. Sean says, do you think Austin eventually loses the belt in a triple threat? Really weird question there, Sean. Not one anyone can answer. So, do I think that when he does lose it, it will be in a triple threat? I have no idea. Ghost says, prediction. Theory retains, but we have a star-making performance from Bronson Reed and a truly almighty showing from Lashley. What I'm hoping for is that Austin Theory doesn't even come down to the ring too early and these two just start scrapping and wasting each other and going through tables and fighting through the crowd. It's not what we're going to get, but it would be fun. The champion is coming out last, showing off his back. As has become a thing with wrestlers. Everyone's showing off their back nowadays. Everyone's focused on that back. Wrestler got back. Theory got back. Champ got back. Champ got back. That's it. Blue says, not a lot of build, but the matches themselves all have potential. It is part of a dedicated refresh of talent that is essentially seeing Triple H reclaim the creative role. A lot of NXT talent or former NXT talent heavily utilised on this card. We're not missing Roman Reigns, which again a year ago would have been sacrilege. But we're not missing Roman Reigns. We're not necessarily missing Rey Mysterio or Dominic, who've been key figures going forwards. No Ronda, no Becky, no Rhea. We've got Rhea Ripley. No Ronda, no Becky, no Trish Stratus. There's a lot of people missing who could be potentially huge misses, apart from the fact that they're not. Because a whole lot of people are getting opportunities and we know they're going to deliver. Venom says, imagine if Theory could A-Town down Bronson Reed. He can. He absolutely can. Moxie says, I think Austin retains. Bobby and Bronson beat each other up. Then Theory picks up the scraps. Ghost says, it feels like an elevated house show, and I mean that in a good way. Yeah, the low expectations. You don't feel like you're tuning in to watch something amazing. You feel like you're tuning in to just watch some wrestling. Bronson Reed connecting nicely there, pointing at the championship. I have Bobby Lashley for this one. I have Bobby Lashley winning the United States Championship, and that'll be the main thing that keeps him away from Roman. Megan says, it's almost like if you give people a decent platform, they show up and show out. Crazy, isn't it? So crazy, so crazy. I still remember when Keith Lee debuted at Survivor Series and he was made to be a massive, massive deal. Give me more of that. Austin Theory bounces up Bobby Lashley. I did just see when the bell rung, they turned down the lights. That's very Triple H. I don't believe Vince McMahon is there tonight. Hector says, other than money, why do you think so many celebs like Logan Paul, Bad Bunny, Johnny Knoxville, etc. decide to work with WWE compared to other wrestling promotions? When celebs show up a place like AEW doesn't feel as big or even a lower tiered celebrity. I think it's really, really simple. WWE is the biggest player in the game. By far. I know that AEW had moments where they came close, but they never actually came that close. WWE is the biggest player in the game. When WCW was the biggest player in the game, a whole lot of celebrities went there instead. A lot of celebrities went there instead. But WCW are no longer there. They lost. So WWE is the biggest player in the game. It's not just about money, it's also about basically getting more famous. Because being famous is what the world relies on now. That's what makes you money long term. So, that's wrestling. Team says no Gunter. Thank you, that's a good point. No Gunter on the card tonight. Venom says, I see Lashley probably spears Bronson and Theory throws him out and steals the victory. Tyler says it's a toss-up for me. And I wouldn't want to make anyone toss up on this one. Like, toss in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. All I'm asking you is for the right amount and direction of your tossing. Pretty good teamwork there, incidentally, between Bronson Reed and Austin Theory. Justin says, I don't understand what WWE is doing with Omos. They keep jobbing him out. I don't think I've ever seen him win unless against a jobber on TV. Yeah, pretty much. What they need to do is just drop him down the card a little bit. Giving people who have been picking up wins, but nobody who's been, picking up the big ones. Give him the New Day for a bit, Give him LA Knight for a bit. Don't give him Bray Wyatt, whatever you do. Don't give him Bray Wyatt. Bronson Reed and Austin Theory both working on Bobby Lashley. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure who the face is here. I'm just not. The fans seem to have decided that Bobby Lashley is the face, which I'm behind. That's a very nice move from Bronson Reed. That roll was absolutely perfect. That is class. I think Bronson Reed has just asked Austin Theory to take his pants off, which is a level of excitement I wasn't personally expecting. But hey, if he's into it. And Bronson Reed turns on Austin Theory. Pretty classic there, nothing particularly special to say. Keane says just about to ask who the face is. It looks like the crowd have turned Bobby Lashley face, much like they did with Seth Rollins. Sean says Mike Tyson didn't go to WCW. True, a number of celebrities went to both sides. Let's not forget Mike Tyson changed the game to the level that WCW stopped being the biggest player in the game because of Mike Tyson and so many others, but Mike Tyson was a part of it. Hex says, Tom, don't forget Austin Theory was buried after he lost his cash-in, so the internet says. I thought he was buried a little bit. He had not been picking up a lot of opportunities that time. He'd been picking up a lot of losses. He recovered well, but he definitely wasn't a big deal at the time. Oh, Bronson Reed, what is he gonna... That's a move. The man's definitely showing off here. Always a good thing. The crowd are definitely showing their respect for that as well. You can tell Bronson Reed's proud of it as well. Every now and then he'll hit a move and he'll just mug for the crowd a little bit and he'll just have a great time. Bronson Reed up to the top rope. Bobby Lashley selling very hard here, which is always a good thing to see. But Austin Theory is still alive and shaking the rope. Steve England just shouting at the top of his voice, what a maneuver! Theory trying to go for the A-Town down, doesn't manage it. Bobby Lashley has got the hurt lock in place. Austin Theory surviving. The match won't finish this quickly. But he's got it locked in, so Bronson Reed's going to have to be the one to break him up. Theory trying to break out of it. He's forced the release from Bobby Lashley. Again, unintentional teamwork. Oh, lovely. Absolutely lovely. This is going really well so far. Peter says, I think Reed and Otis could be the new natural disasters. But a lot more athletic, let's be fair. Let's be fair. I'm not sure what the crowd are chanting. It sounds like they're saying, let's go TiVo, which suggests that they've decided to stop watching, even though they're in the arena watching. And they're just hoping that TiVo catches it, you know? I'm sure it's something else, but that's what I'm hearing. So a good start to this triple threat. Triple threats are difficult. There is a lot of the old standard throw someone on the outside and have a one-on-one match. I basically laid out exactly what was going to happen at the WrestleMania triple threat between Gunther, Sheamus and McIntyre. I'm not disappointed by the end match, but it was predictable. Ghost says, I believe Theory's gear may have been a backup for Mania. If you happen to look at the font on his butt, I pay attention to all the details. It's the same style as this year's Mania logo. Okay, so I'm just going to have a good look at Austin Theory's arse. I do see what you're saying. It doesn't look backlash. I do see what you're saying. Lovely power slam there. Bronson Reed is definitely showing what he can do. And Ghost, having looked at Austin Theory's arse, I think you're right. Venom would love to see an Otis versus Bronson Reed match. Mark saying this is a great match so far. Bronson Reed with a moonsault. Missed it though. Speared by Bobby Lashley. Austin Theory with an opportunity. Throws Bobby Lashley out through the cameraman. Pins Bronson Reed and picks up the win. Standard triple threat. That was a short match. Bronson Theory looked great, but I don't think he had long enough to call that a star-making performance. Mustafa says Austin and Bronson versus Ricochet and the Monster Among Monsters. Blue says it's early, but this is a real chance of being the best Backlash in history. James says someone called that, and also says Bronson can move. Mark is excited, says A-Town down. And Sai says 6 from me, seemed to be cut short. Leon also saying kinda quick. I agree. The match did not last very long. Bobby Lashley also did kind of very little in it. It was all about Bronson Reed and about Theory surviving. How do people rate that one? I personally am giving it a 5. Bronson Reed looked great. Austin Theory and Bobby Lashley were both just sort of there. And it was a very short, very brief. I'm giving that one a 5 personally. Leon gives it a 6. Peter gives it a 7. Tyler gives it a 6. Keen gives it a 6 as well. Bobby Lashley and Bronson Reed both stood in the ring right now staring at Austin Theory, but there will not be an opportunity for them to make anything of it. Andy gives it a 7. Clyde says the match was a good Raw match at best. Too short for me. Too short for me as well. Ghost gives it a 6. Says too short but wasn't horrible. Doesn't really help build up anyone here. No. Especially when you consider that the Bronson Reed versus Bobby Lashley feud is now over, with them both going to a different brand. And also, Austin Theory and Bobby Lashley don't seem ready to have a one-on-one feud either. Moxie gives the match a 7. Megan gives the match a 5.5. Bronson had some good spots, but short time counts against it. Bobby Lashley and Big E advertising DraftKings backstage there. Not something I've ever got, not something I ever intend to get. I don't know why, I'm just not there for it. They're going to start advertising the Saudi Arabia show, which, as usual, I should warn everyone, I will not be hosting a live watch-along. I will not be hosting a watch-along for any Saudi Arabia pay-per-views. I don't care about the New World Championship. I will not be hosting any watch-alongs for any Saudi Arabia shows. Just want to be clear on that one. Mark gives the match an 8. Says Braun looked great, 8-town still champ, and Bobby did nothing, which makes me happy. Tyler says not a bad match, but kind of hard to compete with the first 2 matches. Bailey gives it a 5. Said it might have been cut short because maybe Seth's match went a little long. And Julie says 5, short and nothing too exciting. Joey says the triple threat match was too quick, very disappointing. I do feel like we could have done with a lot more there, but I also think maybe it's worth pointing out Omos versus Bronson Reed could be a lot of fun, and could be a match that Omos could legitimately have a chance of winning. He doesn't seem to have a lot of chances to win things, but that would certainly be a good way of doing so. I thought for a moment we were seeing the hype package for Rhea versus Zelina, but I think this is just a hype package for Rhea. This is just a hype package for Rhea. Fair enough, can't blame anyone for it. Moxie says hopefully it's Bobby versus Roman at Night of Champions. I don't think it's going to be. I don't see any reason to. Sean says I hope Austin doesn't break Moxley's US title record. We are far, far away from that. Ghost says might be an unpopular opinion, but Theory's title reign has been underwhelming for a long time. I think he suffers from comparison to Gunter. I think he suffers badly from comparison to Gunter. Because ultimately Gunter is having great matches, setting the world alight. Austin Theory is doing the best he can, but can't help the fact that his character is just a bit of a weed. Bit of a weed. We've already had 3 of our 7 matches. 4 remaining. First and foremost, Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega, which is believed to be up next. After that, we then follow with the 6-man tag match. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens and Riddle versus Solo Sikoa, Jimmy and Jey Uso. Then we have our double main event. Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest, before we finish with Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. So far, I've got to say, very good show. I'm a little disappointed with the last match, but that doesn't really take away from the fact that this show so far has delivered. James says Roman hits 1,000 days in 22 days. When do you see him losing? When he is booked to. Noah says that was an upset match to me, and Noah is going for Rhea to win the next match. Venom says, do you think Solo could try to get the US title? Forever is a very long time, and ultimately he will one day want to win championships, I'm sure. Joey says, Gunter is consistently put on 5-star matches. I think he's one of the best wrestlers right now. Yep, and I think Austin Theory, unfortunately, suffers from that comparison. Rhea Ripley, rocking some new gear. Apparently now she's known as the Eradicator. When did that happen? Sai says they've let Iyo Sky and Bronson Reed shine tonight. Good to see them building some new names. Zelina Vega, Damian Priest, they will also have opportunities to shine in this platform. So what I will say, Triple H is on a mission with this show to make some new stars. And so far, I've got to say, he's absolutely nailed it. Stuart says it's new in white. Then I'm saying Mami is here. No sign of the rest of Judgment Day as of yet, though this doesn't really mean that much, especially when you consider what happened with Damage Control earlier. Dominic Mysterio won't be too far away. Dominic Mysterio will not be too far away. I think we all know that one. Adam is here saying, hey Tom. Hello Adam, how you doing, mate? And Gomar is joining us as well, says, been a good show. So far, absolutely. So far, so good. Gomar says, Bianca versus Iyo is my favourite so far. And I've got to agree with that. Bianca versus Iyo stands out as a entity all of its own. Definitely something worth enjoying. Keen says, no title changes tonight. I don't see a title changing here, so I would agree. Gomar has let us know his favourite match so far. We've had 3 matches. I personally think Bianca versus Iyo was the best one. Does anyone disagree with me? What's everyone's favourite match that's been on so far? No one wants Bad Bunny to win. Jaden is rating Rhea Ripley's gear a 9 out of 10. The fact that on the back it says, I'm your mammy, always makes me very happy. Stuart says, Ed dubbed her the Eradicator when she first joined, along with naming Priest the Punishment. Right, and I've not heard about that for a long time. Zelina Vega coming down to LWO theme. Now I did mention Zelina Vega spent some time working on her gear. She is a flag. She is a flag. The flag, I should say. Oh, she's already crying. Zelina Vega is already crying. She's already crying. How then do we rate Zelina Vega's efforts? I told you it would be good. I told you it would be good. Adam says, have a question. Anything new about Bray Wyatt or plans for his return? Nope. As regards the latest news, it is the new writer. I've detailed exactly what the hold-up is, and unfortunately until that hold-up is cleared, there will be no further information to share. Thomas says, Bianca versus Iyo is the best match easily. Mark says, Bianca versus Iyo is the best match so far. Noah says, Omos versus Seth. Clyde gives it to Bianca versus Iyo. Venom says probably Iyo versus Bianca, but Omos versus Seth was better than I expected. Bailey also saying Bianca versus Iyo. Andy Barr agreeing Bianca versus Iyo Sky. Mark is very much enjoying Zelina's outfit. Keem says this is amazing. So we have plenty of love for that one. Ghost says every time someone breaks out white gear, you know it's going to get caliente. That's a weird thing to say, Sean. Very confusing to me. Justin says Zelina is so tiny. When you put her in a ring against Rhea Ripley, yeah, she's small. She could fit in your pocket. She's actively crying and she literally can't control it. They should not have introduced her as from Queens, New York. She's not going to be able to see during this match. Like, she's not going to be able to see. Before the bell goes, can she just step to one side and just compose herself for a moment? The crowd are not going to let her stop crying. Steve says Rhea's going to smack that hat off Zelina's pappy. Andy says, I love seeing a wrestler showing their real emotions. Keane says, Queen Zelina has pinned Rhea before. And Sai says, I hope she can keep this together. She's bawling. Mark says, I feel so happy for her. You know Rhea Ripley will feel for her as well. But she's very much in character right now. You're not going to see Rhea Ripley crying. I promise you that. Although she is struggling to control herself. She is struggling to control herself. Mark and Clyde both saying how happy they are for her. Jaden, Zelina Vega is not paying homage to Sasha. She is not paying homage to Sasha. You're seeing what you want to see there. Zelina Vega, her hair is the colours of the flag of Puerto Rico, which she just was. So, you know, it has nothing to do with Sasha Banks. Blue says, as a PR descent, know how important New York is to us. A lot of family goes through there saying Queens is fine. Appreciate that, Blue. I did not have that context, so thank you. Adam says, hey Tom, had a weird dream that when the UFC and WWE merge ends, that's when Vince will boot Triple H out of creative and take back what he once lost. He won't be. Sai says, I remember Liv Morgan giving away a title win by coming out crying. Somehow I don't think that's happening here. No. This isn't a title win. There is an element of pandering here, but I ain't complaining. Noah says, what might happen if to the Usos tonight if they lose? They may be melted down and turned into some sort of sword. You know, like in Lord of the Rings. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. And Michael Cole's having to carry a lot of weight. Essentially what they need to do here is have the crowd unsettle Rhea. If the crowd can unsettle Rhea, the opportunity turns to Zelina. Clyde says, moments like this is why I love wrestling. Keane, there's already talk about a PLE in Australia, but Australia aren't willing to pay them as much as they want. Gomez says the crowd is everything. Jaden, I want to be really clear here. Jaden, it has nothing to do with Sasha Banks. I'm going to make that as clear as I possibly can. It has nothing to do with Sasha Banks. Blue says Triple H isn't great at booking women week to week, but he gives them real chances to get over on the PLEs. The PLEs is definitely where he shines. Steve says, how is that not a disqualification? I don't know. Steve says, who throws a shoe? Lauren loving it as well. Andy, I'm not sure what the chancla means. I'm going to need some help on that one. Keem says the match is going to be a quick one. I disagree. I think it's going to be slow paced because they're going to leave the crowd plenty of time to really G everything up, you know. Moxie also asking, isn't that a DQ? Girl says, fun fact, Zelina's gear is inspired by an old gear she had during her indie/TNA days. Sean says, last time Rhea dressed in white, she was her favourite Dragon Ball Z character, Vegeta, and lost. Can I just say, to my knowledge, Rhea Ripley is more of a fan of the abridged version of Dragon Ball Z than the Dragon Ball Z classic. Adam says, Tom, do you see Tony Khan is going to cut in the AEW roster because of how big the roster is? No. As usual, around this time of the year, there will be contract releases because contracts will expire and he will choose not to renew some. That's all it is. I assumed as much, Gomar, but I wanted clarification on it. Noah says, what happens if someone at the Judgment Day ruins help Damian Priest win against Bad Bunny? Then what will have happened is what you said, and what will not have happened is other things. Stuart says, one flip-flop doesn't quite hold up to an entire arena removing shoes because they hate that Gibson, though. I mean, there are definitely people in wrestling who I want to take my shoes off near. I can't explain why, but that's what it is. Rhea Ripley with a powerful submission move. Oh, the drone's back, the drone's back. The drone's back in the middle of a submission move. That's not the best choice. Not the best choice. But still, the drone's back, and that's exciting to me. I'm not sure, Ghost. I think the joke is she's small, which, to be fair, she very much is. Zelina cannot overpower Rhea Ripley. She needs to absolutely not play that game. That's the second time in 2 days that Rhea's run into a ring post. Like, it's become a thing that if you're a bigger wrestler, you can't be beaten, you have to beat yourself. Braun Strowman went through a phase of it. I'd rather they didn't. Steve says, what does the shoe off of Zach Gibson thing mean? Does he hate the smell of feet or something? No, it's just... The UK is a weird place. I don't know how better to describe it, but the UK is a weird place. And once you find something that works for someone, you just stick with it. You just stick with it. Sai says, I think Ray threatened to Smackdown with a chancla. Am I pronouncing that right? Last year, although given the history of wrestling in Puerto Rico, chanclas are pretty innocuous. I mean, there's been worse stuff with shoes. Rhea's definitely killing Zelina's momentum here. Back into that DDT. If she's wise to the Riptide, then Zelina's either tapping out or she's got this. Mark is excited to see LWO versus the OC, which is something coming in future Smackdowns. Noah says, could there be any returns possibly tonight? Maybe. Yes, there could potentially be things that happen that have not been announced thus far. There also potentially could not be. She's full on taking moves out of Rey Mysterio's playbook here, but still showing off a lot of her own range. Blue says, as a big fan of NXT UK, it's great to see Rhea a major player on the main roster, hoping Isla and Alba can make waves as well. With Rhea Ripley, it was always a case that the WWE just needed to get out of her way. If they didn't actively sabotage her, she'd become one of the top wrestlers in the world. And I will stand by that. I believe I wrote that back in 2019 when she just moved to NXT. Good times. Ghost says, I feel like that's the danger of facing your opponent for a PLE the week prior to the event. It's almost guaranteed a spot will be repeated. Very true. Especially when you're working live events. Oh, that's a Riptide. That should be that. That is that. Sean, the Black Mass wouldn't work with Zelina Vega because she's so much smaller than most of her opponents. They would have to nail down really far to actually get hit by it. Aleister Black struggles with it himself at times. So yeah, Zelina Vega had, I think, one good moment. I genuinely think she had one good moment there. Not a great opportunity for Zelina Vega. I'm sure they'll make a big thing out of the attire, the moment, the tears. And Rhea Ripley is leaving early so Zelina Vega can stay in the ring, but that kind of sucked. Go says that was kind of short as well. We have our ratings coming in. I'm giving it a 3. I'm giving it a 3 personally. I'm not loving it. Not loving it at this point, to be honest. I'm giving that one a 3. No 23 Fresh, no NXT Europe news. The brand needs to be started before I can tell you what's happening. Horsey, how you doing, mate? Says, evening, Tom. Being around, was doing some lurking while driving. You drive late, man. I'd love to know what your job actually is. Welcome to the show. How you doing? You've missed some good stuff so far. I highly recommend the first match. Seth versus Omos was alright. that's kind of it so far. That's kind of it. Big pop and a big show of respect for Zelina Vega. This is, of course, why Rhea Ripley left nice and early, so that Zelina Vega could have her moment. And it's a great moment for her. But I'm giving that match a 3 out of 10. So, how does everyone feel about that match? How do people rate it? Mark says, that was quick, I didn't like it. Keem says, who's next for Mami? There's a whole host of people it could well be. So some of that was super stiff. Fair though, 6.5. Thomas says, probably the worst match of the night. Gomar says, yeesh. Venom says, and definitely the worst match. Peter gives it a 6, Tyler a 5. Gomar says, I was fearing that would happen. Bailey gives it a 6 out of 10, good for what it was. Adam says, I see, in my opinion, Bray Wyatt come back with a new demonic gimmick. We'll see, because he still has to finish scripting it. Keem gives it a 4. Leon gives it a 4. Gomar expected it to be longer. Noah gives it a 2. Steve gives it a 6.19. Funny. Mark gives it a 5. Clyde says the entrances were better than the match itself and very nearly longer. Noah says the match was meh. Gomar says at least we get a standing ovation. Mark says loving the reaction she's getting. Gomar gives it a 3. For his part, Adam gives it an 8. Andy gives it a 5 out of 10. Didn't see much of it and I was trying to find out what the flip-flop meant. Thomas gives it a 3. Julie gives it a 2. Wanted Rhea to win, but the match wasn't good. There was nothing wrong with the match, apart from the fact that it was incredibly short. But it was difficult to point out something that I can say was great. Yeah. Megan said I'd say a 6 for this. Felt short, but I like this more than the triple threat. Sean says one thing I can tell about Rhea is she's one of those that really sells hard for her opponent. She is. She is. And she will right now be giving Zelina Vega a huge hug and amazing congratulations to her. Ghost says I'll say a 5. Zelina has yet to really get a chance to showcase all of her abilities. It just felt like a cheap way to get a Puerto Rican wrestler on the card. In the end, yeah. If they'd given her more to work with, if they'd given her 15 minutes and let her be in control a little bit, it wouldn't feel so cynical. But in the end, it definitely felt cynical. Not great. Horse says I have to check on my father, that's why I'm out late a lot. Sleep patterns for him are all over, mate. Fair enough, Horsey. Fair enough, I can totally understand that. Our commercial break during the WWE Network. We've already had a vignette for Rhea Ripley. We're now having a vignette for Judgment Day, including Rhea Ripley. We can see who the stars are right now. Eric says, free, but please give her another chance. I can see Zelina has star potential. Blue says, Tom, start to me chamber. 4 out of 5 PLEs will be outside of the mainland US, including the next 3. Going to have so many hot crowds, and this is a large part of why this plan is being put into action. Noah says, I sense a Roman return. Roman's coming back on Friday, mate. They've already announced it. It's not so much sense as we're already aware. Also says, I love the listen along though, mate. I appreciate that. I really do. It still surprises me that anyone thinks I'm interesting enough to watch or listen independently. It surprises me. Ghost says, up next, the 6-man tag. We have 3 matches left and an hour and a half left for them. The last 2 matches basically all fit into the most recent half hour. Venom says, I thought the Judgment Day was going to Smackdown. Me too. Me too. Yes, Steve, that is the order in plan. Gomar says, the way they hyped up Zelina, making her look like she stands a chance, made me think it would have been a semi-close match. In the end, very much not. 23 says, are Tony Khan and Cody still cool? Yeah. There's no hard feelings. They weren't able to come to a deal and Cody left. No real issue there. Not much we can really talk about beyond that fact, you know? As part of the Judgment Day vignette, we're seeing a lot of attention for Damian Priest and Bad Bunny as well. Horsey says, you're one of my favourite YouTubers, mate. You deserve the credit and support. Thank you, Horsey. I appreciate that. You are the best, yeah. The success that we've had recently is built entirely on so many of you being here regularly, being here for so many shows, asking so many questions and cracking so many jokes and sharing so many opinions. I have nothing but time and nothing but respect for all of you. After all, at the beginning of this year, I had 500 less subscribers. I'm currently on 2,431. It is not the 6-man tag next. The next match is Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest. Interesting change of placement here. But I'm absolutely thrilled with what we've been able to achieve. 2,431 subscribers now, 46 likes on this particular video, and in addition to that, as you might expect as an end result of having so many subscribers, getting so many views, the overall income is increasing. We're getting more channel members, we're getting more donations, we're getting more interest, and we're growing faster than we ever have before, and that is because so many of you consume so much Tom Colohue content. And I am so grateful to all of you for sharing so much of your time, your precious time, with me on this channel. Huge thank you. Mark says, love you, Tom. You deserve it. Noah's going to go. I'll see you later, Noah. Hope you've had a great show and hope to see you again soon. Kim is surprised that Bunny is not closing. Eric says, how can it be a double main event? Because they've called it a double main event. That's all I've got. Thank you very much, Horsey, for another very generous donation. I very much appreciate that. So smash those likes for Tom the Legend. I really do hope all the best for you in the future and the success of your channel as well. I'm incredibly flattered whenever you say that you've learned things from me and calling me your favourite YouTuber. It's I take great pride in the success of those around me, particularly if I've had any involvement in it. And it's a source of immense pride for me that you would say things like that. So, thank you. Megan says, the last two matches combined are less time than the opener. Iyo versus Bianca was 18 minutes and 1 second. The triple threat was 6 minutes 51. And Rhea versus Zelina was 7 minutes and 12 seconds. Sean says, Tom Colohue, the king of cherry coke. So, I went to a wrestling show, a PCW wrestling show here in the UK in Blackpool today. A friend of mine, the ring announcer Graham Pearce, popped over to say hi. And I'm saying this primarily because there's every possibility he's going to be either in this stream or will watch this stream at some later point. Because he did say to me, I remember I've seen that guy yesterday drinking cherry coke. I get immediate imposter syndrome. Immediate imposter syndrome. There's someone I respect so much who is doing such great work, even just knows who I am. I get immediate imposter syndrome. Immediately. But yeah, that was an experience. Sean says, if you haven't tried the new Summit Freeze Mountain Dew, I recommend. Nice to know, Sean. I appreciate that. And Ghost says, wait, what? Or as they say in Puerto Rico, Esperaque? This is an interesting placement. It is, isn't it? So here's what I think is about to happen. I think Damian Priest is about to win, and the crowd are going to be annoyed. I think the 6-man tag, the faces are going to win, and the crowd are going to be happier. I don't necessarily think Cody's winning anymore. With this placement, I don't necessarily think Cody's winning anymore. Best way I can say it. Julie says, I was wondering the same about the double main event. Thomas says, thank you, Tom, for all your amazing work. Appreciate that, Thomas. Even just knowing that so many of you have decided to become channel members, or like, for example, Connor, who donates channel memberships as well, it's a very powerful endorsement, and I'm very appreciative of it. Damian Priest matching Rhea Ripley in wearing white, and of course also wears the colours of Puerto Rico. I'm interested to see how the street fight goes. I promise you, it will not be lasting 6 minutes. Horsey says, I opened channel membership last night for a prize giveaway. 50% to Alzheimer's Research UK and 50% back into the channel. Got 38 members already. I was amazed. Your tips have helped so much, mate. Do you mind at some point if I reach out to you for a bit of a case study, just basically to find out what's working for you so I can learn from you as well. We'll just have basically a few chats in the DMs. But I'd really appreciate having the opportunity to have a chat about what's working for you and what I can learn from you. So let me know if obviously you're not into that, you don't have the time, but if you are, please let me know. Blue says, Owens, Sami in the bloodline of the cool down match. Essentially, yeah. Mark says, you've made me want to get back into YouTube and the help you've given me. I can say you're the best mentor I've had and the best YouTuber I've seen. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mark. I also take a lot of pride in your success, given what you're saying there and how flattering that is. Horsey says, Cody Brock has to close. Always thought that. 23 says, which one do you enjoy better, ECW or NXT? NXT. I'm not really into hardcore wrestling that much, although I do enjoy the occasional street fight, like this. Horsey says, who are you expecting to be the World Heavyweight Champion? Who are you expecting to be in the World Heavyweight Championship match at NOC? I'm going for Roman versus Seth or Roman versus Cody. I don't think they'll put Roman in that position if he's not going to win the title. So what I think personally is that it's going to be Seth versus Bobby. That's where I lean, though I do get why a lot of people think it's going to be Solo. Big pop for Bad Bunny. This is a huge opportunity for Damian Priest. A huge opportunity for Damian Priest. And will go a long way to further establishing the fact that this is going to be the year of Judgment Day. Also, more drone, which I'm always very happy about. Keem says, Bunny can't lose in Puerto Rico. You'd say that, but Zelina Vega did. Horsey says, 2 straight defeats would kill any momentum, though, for Cody, wouldn't it? He seems to be the face of the company now. Possibly. Certainly he is considered the top face on Raw. Bad Bunny has brought the old-fashioned hardcore trolley. That's class. Hello, Lauren, how are you? Thinks Iyo should have won the match and that the WWE aren't going to make Bad Bunny lose. And yes, I'm aware, Lauren, that Cody and Brock are main eventing. I've been saying that for a month. Huge amount of the crowd singing along with Bad Bunny's theme. Horsey, that's certainly an option. I usually prefer to be a bit more conversational, so I personally would go DM, but I'll send you a DM and we'll get the process started however that works. Lauren, it is not 3:30 AM in London right now. It is not. Venom says, do you think this will go that long? I think it'll be at least 20 minutes. At least 20 minutes. Adam says, who do you see dethroning Austin Theory? I'm not sure. Sheamus? Lauren says, do you expect any surprises tonight? Yes, because I don't know the results of the matches, and as such they are surprises. Ed says, I think the crowd knows this song, and Horsey says, where is Mick Foley? It's a street fight, damn it. Megan says, I'm just going to enjoy the view during Damian's entrance. I mean, I get it. To be fair, the ring right now is full of beautiful people. I mean, there are 3 very attractive people in that ring right now. Girl says, gotta love a good mesh top. I've never worn a mesh top. I've never been brave enough. Girl says, who got a better sing-along, Seth or Bad Bunny? Well, Seth just kept going. It just kept going. So at the moment, I've got to say Seth. But, give it time. Sean says, I say Grayson Waller dethrones Austin Theory. Is Grayson Waller a good guy? Because I don't think he is. Adam says, will Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed storyline continue? They're on different brands. Very different brands. Lauren says, Iyo turning face soon? Maybe. Maybe not. And says, what are they going to do with the women's titles? They are going to be used as championships that people work towards in some form of big victory. They are designed to get over the people who are holding them, and they will be used in that intention. Damian Priest celebrating after pushing Bad Bunny down. You know, you can do better than that, mate. You can do better than that. Mark says, Priest's outfit 9 out of 10, Bad Bunny 8 out of 10. I mean, Damian Priest looks amazing. He looks like a star. He feels like a star. Also, he says TNA reference there, Tom, for beautiful people. Maybe. Adam says Drew isn't winning Money in the Bank this year, right? Who said that? Everything is on the table. And Lauren says Damian always looks great, which is very true and very fair, and Bad Bunny, already with a Michinoku driver, doesn't even get a 1 count. But he's certainly shown Damian Priest that he should be taken seriously. Sean says, I do hope Isla can get over with her character and fans don't want her put with Bray. There is absolutely no reason that Isla Dawn should be put with Bray Wyatt. There is no correlation with their characters at all. Reminding me of when people were wanting Liv Morgan to be Sister Abigail, and there was absolutely no correlation whatsoever. Justin, thank you kindly for a generous donation once again. Says thank you, Tom, for taking the time to answer all our questions. It's much appreciated. This show, Justin, is built on the questions that you provide. There are a number of people who've come in here maybe for the first time. They've asked a whole bombardment of questions and then they've apologized, and I've said no. No. Sorry, let me do that again. I've said no. No. I have sass, guys. Look at the sass. I have sass. Anyway, because if I don't have questions, I don't have content. My content is based on what you want to know. My role here is to answer the questions that you have. If you don't have questions, I don't have a show. So spoiler warning becomes a 10-minute show, which at times it has been. So ask questions, dive in, go for it. Halsey says if a SmackDown wrestler wins the Raw Championship, do they become Raw superstars then, I'm guessing? I suppose they kind of have to. It's a good opportunity for a last minute change if they change their minds. Lauren says, what did you think of Trinity's debut on TNA? It's the same person. It's just the same person. She needs to land. She needs to stick the landing is what I'm trying to say. And they need to have faith in her to deliver, which I think they do. So we'll see how it goes. Lauren says, I meant a WWE planning to swap titles with Bianca and Rhea. Probably. It's the thing that makes the most sense to me. Steve says, how is Priest only 230 pounds? He looks 255 at least. The man is very nearly fit for 205. When 205 was a thing. Lauren is enjoying Sass Tom. Mark is enjoying Sass Tom. But he wants him versus Gunter, which is why it's never going to happen. Adam says, why was he taken off the Money in the Bank poster? I've already reported on this one. Lauren says, you don't see Judgment Day splitting soon? Nope. The year of Judgment Day will be 2023. And Lauren, I agree. Very confusing. I went into detail on this one in Friday's spoiler warning. I suggest you check it out. 23 says, is Ryback returning to the wrestling business again? He's trying to. Nobody wants him to. So it's not really working in his favour. Ghost says, I had to do research, but Bad Bunny's theme is titled Jambea, which has WWE references and is one of his most popular tracks. It's probably what got the WWE's attention. Damian Priest had the match won. This is good use of celebrity. They started the match by making it very clear that if Damian Priest took this seriously, he would destroy Bad Bunny. He's hit his finish, he had him done, and then he decided otherwise. If he's going to lose, it'll be him losing, not Bad Bunny winning. Which I think is absolutely right when it comes to wrestling with a celebrity. Bad Bunny should not be in the same league as Damian Priest. Bad Bunny isn't in the same league as Damian Priest. But if Damian Priest is going to take his eye off the ball, Bad Bunny can take advantage of it. That is exactly how this story should be told. Exactly how it should be told for me. Pretty happy with that overall. Lauren says, the OC going for the tag titles soon? Well, they need tag titles to go for first and foremost. At the moment, both sets of tag championships are on Raw. Lauren says, celebs never lose, which is categorically untrue. Categorically untrue. It's like you never watched Logan Paul. Bad Bunny fighting back at this point, throwing a chair. Gomar says, with Roman returning this week on SmackDown, does that mean we're seeing the rematch at Money in the Bank, or is that most likely set for SummerSlam? Or it could potentially mean none of that. It could have nothing to do with Cody. It could have absolutely nothing to do with him. 23 says, Linda McMahon a part of the WWE? No longer, no. She's moved on with her life, and I think that's okay. Bad Bunny with a tornado DDT. Damian Priest getting up a bit too quickly for me and being knocked to the outside. Smoothly done. Of course, with a top rope, with a clothesline over a top rope, the actual person delivering the clothesline has nothing to do with it. Horsey says, remember, they did that with Bam Bam Bigelow and Lawrence Taylor at Mania 11. Bam Bam was too cocky. Lauren says, Roman transitioning to part-time. Roman Reigns has been part-time for 3 years, Lauren. 3 years. There's no transition. It's too late. Lauren, everything is on the table. I know what you want me to say. You want me to say, yes, what you want to happen will happen. But I can't say that, because that would be a lie. I don't know if it will happen. I don't know. Nobody does. Tyler says, finally, a kendo stick. We're going to start getting hardcore. Trust me, this is going to get rough. It's just going to be quite a long match, so they're taking their time with it. Sean says, Logan lost at WrestleMania, so celebrities don't always win. He also lost in Saudi Arabia. Do you remember Pat McAfee losing to Vince McMahon? I remember. See you in 10, Horsey. Thanks for the update. We're on 974 views, 26 away from the 1,000. We also right now have 39 viewers watching and 47 likes. If you've not yet done so, please consider hitting that like button. Every like really does help the growth of the channel, guarantees additional viewers, and with additional viewers comes the potential for extra subscribers, extra donators, extra channel members, and the like. The channel is growing at the fastest rate it ever has because of all of you donating so much time, attention, and effort. So thank you. Please remember to hit like as we continue. Lauren says, do you think Triple H is controlling SmackDown and Vince controlling Raw? No. That's categorically not happening. Lauren says, any plans for the 1,000 subs? I reached 1,000 subs about 2 years ago, mate. About 2 years ago. It was a very good day. Very good day. Lauren says, do you have Patreon? I do not. A number of people have told me I should get Patreon, but personally, I would rather take your money in the guise of ad revenue. So I'd rather make money from your time than make money from your money. I'm very appreciative of all donations. It all goes back into the growth of the channel, and it essentially is one of the reasons I'm going on holiday or vacation if you're in the US over the next 2 weeks. You guys have been a huge help, particularly with the donations of the channel memberships. Eventually, I'll be able to buy a house, and I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited for that. But I know so many of you either can't or choose not to donate financially, and that is absolutely fine. What I want is just your time, and I'm so appreciative to all of you for giving it. Patreon for me would not be something that works. If you are thinking of, if you're asking because you'd like to support on Patreon, instead consider becoming a channel member. Venom says, which do you think is better, Raw or SmackDown? Personally, SmackDown. The third hour of Raw really kills a lot of momentum for me. No comment as to where I'm going, Lauren. I'm quite private when it comes to my family, and as my family are coming with me, I will not be giving any details. Appreciate that, Venom. 23 says that's rare. Would you be able to clarify a little bit on that one, 23? I don't know if I've missed something there. I'd also like to point out, Damian Priest selling the bloody nose was glorious. It was beautiful. The fact is, you know that bloody nose wasn't planned because they don't plan blood in the same way. They don't plan blood in that same way. But his reaction to it and the anger towards Bad Bunny, very, very well played. The crowd are very, very into the match. They're taking their time with it because we know it's going to go quite long. So they should take their time with it. Sean says, Tom is going to buy a 5-story mansion with a huge swimming pool. A 1-bedroom flat I'm struggling to buy at the moment, I've got to be clear. And I don't have a bad job. I genuinely don't have a bad full-time job. But, you know, mortgages cost money. So, and especially in this current economy. Go says, I wonder if Kendall Jenner is there. That would be interesting. Devin says, this is how you know they are exactly sold out, because they won't stop showing us. A very fair comment. A very fair comment. Mark loves the way that Bunny sells. No, Lauren. No. There will be no live shows. This is actually... thank you for reminding me. It's... there will be no live shows after Monday. So Monday the 8th of May will be my last spoiler warning on my last live stream until the 26th, until Friday the 26th. I'm taking 2 weeks off. A large part of that is a vacation, but I'm also essentially going on a work trip on Monday. So I will not be available between the 8th and the 26th. I will be still planning to make shorts and TikToks, but I will not be doing any long form or live content in that time. Ooh. Okay, we're getting hardcore now. A falcon arrow through a table. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it. Oh, okay, 23. I understand what you're saying now, and I appreciate you saying that. I very much appreciate you saying that. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think of people like you're a sub, you're this, you're that. You know, I think of you as a member of the community. I think of you as someone whose name I try and remember, whose birthdays I try and remember, whose details I try and keep track of. I might actually have to start keeping track of birthdays in the Discord and stuff. I'll just keep a spreadsheet. Unless someone wants to claim that duty, that dubious duty. But I try and remember little details. Beyond stuff like, you know, Connor who lives in my cupboard. Or Ed who was the first guy here. I try and remember details beyond that. And some of you are quite new and I'm still learning which wrestlers you love and so on and so forth. But as I do that, my hope is that, you know, you're not a number to me. I would be ashamed to ever consider people a number. You know? As far as I'm concerned, as I say, you're friends, and I host this show for all of us. All of it. It's a community. Anyway, Sai says, I don't see the predicted Brock squash after this absolute mauling. I do think Bad Bunny will rally. I think he's about to rally, in fact, because someone's about to kick a ring post. It's always a ring post. And for some reason then got into the ring. I still see Priest winning. But definitely a rally here. Lauren says, Drew McIntyre leaving WWE or no? One day, yes, I'm sure he will. But his current contract runs for another 11 months. So certainly not anytime soon. Eric says, April 20th, my birthday. My favourite is Priest, Liv and Riddle. And Clyde says, no problem, Tom. Thanks for providing consistent content. I appreciate that, Clyde. I've been doing spoiler warning Monday and Friday since January 2021. I was a bit sick over last Christmas. So I did miss a few, but by and large, every Monday and every Friday there's been spoiler warning. And it does take its toll. I love it. I have a great time of it. But it does take its toll. Gomar says, I'm happy I don't have to see the Cody versus Brock recap after tonight anymore. Fair enough, Gomar. I get it. Some of these feuds have gone on way too long. And some of them I feel like they're only just starting. I feel Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest could have a lot more life, to be fair. The rehearsals certainly went well. Bad Bunny working on a bum knee for Damian Priest. There's an opportunity here for Bad Bunny. I think this match may be coming close to the point of becoming the longest on the card so far. Vegeta said, I love spoiler warning. Appreciate that, Vegeta. I try and make it as entertaining as possible. Mark says, love the way Priest is selling his knee. Sean says, I'm flattered you call me a friend, Tom. But you guys here are my friends. I spend time with you. I try and make you happy and cheerful and cheer you up when you're not so happy. Isn't that what friendship is? We all hang out and we watch wrestling together. How is it anything else? How is it anything else? You've all, in your own way, picked me up when I've been down. We have chair to knee action. Good stuff at the moment. Clyde says, I know what it takes to be consistent. I drop my YouTube every Sunday at 2 p.m. Yeah, so you definitely get it. Venom says, I know Priest versus Volta, but I want Priest versus Volta, but I don't think we get it anytime soon as they are both heavily protected. They are, but if Gunter is going to be going towards the World Heavyweight Championship, he's going to need to lose the Intercontinental Championship. Damian Priest is begging off. He's begging off, and Bad Bunny is falling for it. Vegeta, I wish I found you sooner. Appreciate that. That's a very nice thing to say. Venom says, do you think Priest is actually hurt? No. Keem says, Bunny going to use a figure 4. It's an option. Lauren's all-time fave. Cena, Orton, Edge, Kane, Taker, and Rollins. I was very aware of Cena and Orton. A low blow from Bad Bunny. I don't think we're going to see Judgment Day tonight, guys. I say literally as Judgment Day arrive. We're about to get overbooked. I wonder if Savio Vega's going to come down. Vajik says Taker is my favourite. Damian saying, Steve saying Damian suckered him. He did. He fell for it. That was silly. Here come the LWO. Oh no, here comes Ray. Just Ray. Ray with a drone behind him. That's not enough people. Where are the rest of them? Are the LWO here? Go says I see Judgment Day and LWO getting involved very soon. Which of course is exactly what happened. So we have some familiar faces. Now I'm going to be blunt. I did not know he was that. But Carlito is here to even the odds against Judgment Day. And suddenly I'm starting to think Bad Bunny's getting his moment. Oh, very smooth from Rey Mysterio there. Suddenly it's no longer about Bad Bunny and Damian Priest. It's not about them at all. Gomar would like to see Bad Bunny as a heel. I don't think I'd go that far. I think we're in a pretty good spot already. Mark is marking out. Dominic Mysterio is attacking Carlito from behind. That's great. Blue says Triple H knows how to make these things feel special. And Mark just shouts, yes. Gus says Carlito, now that's cool, which is something that commentary also said. Which sort of deflates the moment slightly. Thomas says Carlito is in incredible shape. He never lost it. He never went out of shape. Carlito and Ray standing between Judgment Day and the ring. Savio Vega now coming down, which is not clever, because Judgment Day will beat you up. This is a lot. Sean, very open-ended question. There's a lot of different people to consider. The WWE have tried to bring Carlito back on a number of occasions. Carlito has said no. I suspect them being in Puerto Rico changed that. Doesn't mean it will stay changed. Savio Vega is just standing there. Is someone else? Come on, is there anyone else? Blue says, we now know why they felt they could leave Rey and Dom out of the match. Pretty much, yeah. LWO have arrived. It's about bloody time. Clyde says, this isn't for us, it's for them, and I'm happy for all involved. Clyde, that is a perfect way of describing it. You are absolutely right. Blue says they want Santos. Santos Escobar has lost a lot of matches recently. He's still over, isn't he? Still over. Finn Balor has found himself face to face with Savio Vega. Judgment Day still in a very good position and a very good place. But they are doing a few favours along the way, aren't they? Savio Vega with a very nice... He's also... he's pretty fit himself. Keem says, damn 7-on-2. James says, this is actually cool. And Keem says, Carlito for the Hall of Fame. Savio Vega, again, just mauling people. And now they're being chased off. But we still have Bad Bunny and Damian Priest in the ring. It's not over. It's not over, and I've got to be honest. This could still go either way. But Bad Bunny's got the momentum behind him. Damian Priest selling the knee. Looks like a figure four incoming. Is he going to tap? Blue says overbooked to heck, but yeah, I loved all that. Steve says Carlito joined the LWO. James says, who called the figure four? Because someone did. Sean says, here's a trivia question. Who's the big name superstar Carlito defeated in his debut match for the United States Championship? Here's a trivia question from Sean. Who's the big name superstar Carlito defeated in his debut match for the United States Championship? Damian Priest has not yet tapped out. He's teasing it, but he's not doing it. The match is not over. James Kemple first in saying that was Cena. Thomas Phipps follows up, John Cena. And Andy Barr also says it was Cena. Bad Bunny of a roll-up. I wouldn't want that after all the submission moves they've just done. Gomar, I have no idea. I didn't know he was there. I didn't have the scoop, as it were. No, Justin, we're still very much in the year of Judgment Day. As we... Oh, good work, Damian Priest, protecting Bad Bunny there. Still kicking out. I told you, the plan here was to make Damian Priest look like a star, and I think they've accomplished that. It is still the year of Judgment Day. When Santos Escobar is getting that much heat and he hasn't won many matches, it's not all about winning all the matches. Mark says this match is brilliant. Damian Priest is taking a sustained beating right now. A sustained beating. Ghost says this match is starting to get to be a little much. I think we're at about half an hour now of this wrestling match. It is a bit much. It's been overbooked. I'd like to get to a finish now. I expected we'd be wrapping it up, but we have not done so. Damian Priest is just getting demolished, much like, to be fair, he was demolishing Bad Bunny from the off. Is he going for the crucifix powerbomb here? Of course he isn't. That'll be it. The Bunny Destroyer. Bad Bunny does indeed pick up the win. But I've got to say, hell of a performance from Damian Priest. He felt like a Roman Reigns level star there, the way he dominated the match, controlled every beat, and fought for every breath at the end of it. Damian Priest, take a bow. Blue says Judgment Day can lose and still be way over. They're impacting multiple parts of every Raw and Premium Live event. Sai says a running theme in the names they're letting shine. Iyo Sky, Bronson Reed, Zelina, Damian Priest, all lost. They can all feel positive though. To be fair, I mean, if we're saying that Iyo Sky had a great night, she certainly did lose, and it's a fair point. Tyler says, making me think Rhodes and Lesnar will be a squash of how long this match is going. Well, we do still have an hour. I don't think the 6-man tag match is going to last an hour. I reckon you're going to be okay. Eric is furious, says Priest needed this win. Venom says the Bunny wins. King says Bunny Destroyer, so clean. I wish Priest was in WWE years ago when he was younger. Now, I personally, I do think it was overbooked, but I think the quality was still high. A lot of the pops weren't designed with me in mind, so I can't give this a 10. I'd give the match an 8, and I'd be pretty happy with that. Overall, I feel this is basically the end of the part of the show that's just for Puerto Rico. The end of the part of the show that involves quite a bit of pandering. There are 2 matches still left. 2 matches still to go. But you certainly wouldn't think that based on what's going on in the ring. Syed says a 7.5 for me. Justin says can't beat the Bunny in Puerto Rico. Mustafa says 10. Tyler gives it an 8. Steve says, what Bad Bunny song is he using? I'm not really a fan of his music, so I couldn't tell you. Peter gives it an 8. Andy gives it an 8. Thomas gives it a 9.5. Lauren just gives it a thumbs up. Very good. Blue says, Priest is probably goated with those backstage for that. He just made Bad Bunny look like a star, and the crowd loved every last moment. Clyde gives it a 9. Venom says, do you reckon it went on for ages to try and kill time? No. In no way do I think they were trying to kill time. Moxie gives it a 10. Ghost says it was an 8. Great showing from both, especially Priest. Very overbooked and a little bit long. Bianca and Iyo is still match of the night. And Megan says an 8 for me. I could watch that again happily. Ghost raises a good point that I think is worth considering. A lot of people giving this match 9s and 10s. Do we consider that so far to be the best match of the night? Which for you is the best match of the night so far? For me, it is still Bianca versus Iyo, our opening contest, and I suspect by the end of this pay-per-view, I will believe that the best match is still Bianca versus Iyo. Joey says, great match, loved seeing Carlito back. Sai says it was a little fan servicey, but I don't begrudge the Puerto Rico crowd that. They've been great. King says, when WWE hit Japan, gonna be bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. He doesn't say that, I do. Lauren clarifies the song is Jambea. Bailey says, the match is 9 out of 10, crowd 11 out of 10. Bad Bunny's skill as a performer must be appreciated. He, Logan Paul, Pat McAfee, they are all exactly what the WWE were looking for. They've immediately settled in exactly as you might expect. Exactly as you might expect from a full-time wrestler. Keane gives it an 8.5. Venom says, do you think Priest is injured? No. Thomas says, for me, it is this match. Stuart saying, opener was still better. Venom saying, this is better for me. Says, great ending to this show. Oh, wait. Keane says, Brock versus Cody might be a classic. It needs to be. Clyde says, match of the night. Beaver's moment thus far was Bunny versus Priest. Hogan says, yeah, this absolutely should have main evented. Leon gives the match a 9. Venom says, Cody might lose now because I don't see 3 straight face wins. Oh, ye of so little faith. Vegeta says somebody keen. Joey says, Bad Bunny and Logan Paul are the best celebrities turned wrestlers. I do think, once again, we do need to mention Pat McAfee in there. He was absolutely brilliant in his time in NXT. Megan still prefers Bianca versus Iyo so far, which is where I am too. Joey says, Brock and Cody going to have a hard time topping this. Well, to be fair, next up is a 6-man tag, and we've got some big names here. Sami Zayn certainly gets a lot of support from the crowd, and he's going to need it. Yes, Keem, I believe it is the first time Brock and Cody will be facing each other. Kieran says, Primo and Epico being there as well would have been cool, but then it would have been overbooked. I think it was overbooked anyway, to be honest. I don't necessarily think you needed Carlito or Savio Vega, but we got them, and I'm okay with it. Tommy says, Saudi crowd had a tough act to follow tonight. And Lauren says, I hope Cody does well, that little bitch. I'd love to see him win. Mustafa says, Carlito alone gets the 10. And Eric says, Logan was actually a amateur wrestler. Yep, but he wasn't a professional wrestler. Now he is. Steve says, just check Twitter. Nothing but positivity about that match. Rare in today's era. And Vegeta says, Brock hasn't faced many people. He only faces big stars. Also, Ricochet. Ricochet. Rick O'Shea. We are getting ourselves a hype package for the upcoming 6-man tag. It is very similar to what we're already seeing. Sami Zayn basically saying, you can't trust everyone. Jay, you've got to get out. And Jay saying, no, I'm going to beat you up. We've had that for a while. Venom says, do you reckon Carlito would come back full time? I don't know the man. I haven't asked him personally. I couldn't tell you. There is no way to answer that question, and you know it, Venom. You know it. Veggie says Ricochet was an exception, which he absolutely was. Mustafa says love letter to PR this night. Yeah, as I say, I expected a lot of pandering, and a lot of pandering is what we've had. That said, match quality's been good, so I have no complaints. This is a long hype package for something that we've seen incredibly recently. Sai says match placement is a little weird again. Missed opportunity not putting that as the main event, and the next to last is usually the bathroom break. But what do I know? Yeah, the match placement is all over the place. At this point, I genuinely wouldn't be too surprised to see quite a lot of the audience start to think about leaving. They've seen the people that they came for. So at this point, we find out whether Sami Zayn, whether Cody Rhodes are over enough to maintain attention. I don't know if the crowd are going to be as hype anymore, but at least they got their big moment. So I said, if that's my biggest gripe, then it's a good show. And it is, it is. I think we can definitely say Backlash has delivered so far. Absolutely. Mustafa says, if Roman shows up here, the house will burn down. Then the house is not going to burn down. Vijay says, every Triple H PLE has been fire, and I believe that is absolutely correct. An initial pop for the Usos. I feel like the crowd are a bit tired now. I feel like they're a bit tired now. Ghost says, since I saw this come up as a question, I'll ask it here. Since night 1 of Mania was a clear favourite between the two, has tonight been a better show than WrestleMania Night 2? Ooh, okay, that's a strong question, Ghost. Ghost has asked the question, let's get some opinions on this. Backlash so far, is it stronger than WrestleMania Night 2? Now I am going to say no, primarily because Night 2 featured the triple threat match, Volta, Gunter and Drew McIntyre. There was also, in general, some good matches across the card, but there's also some weak ones in that one. Brock vs Omos was okay, it was serviceable, close to good. The women's fatal 4-way was not in any way, shape or form. Not in any way, shape or form. The main event, I think we forget just how good that match was because of the result. So far, I'm going to say no. However, there's still time for that to change. Kieran says double main event and Bad Bunny isn't even second to main event. Nope. It's not quite how a main event works, is it? Leon says the crowd is going to be dead for this match after that street fight. Leon says a no for me. Sure, Peter. I don't know what I said. I'm guessing I'm just really tired at this point. So let's go with that, yes. Venom said the show has delivered way more than I expected. Mark says a little bit because Gunter triple threat and main event, but this has been solid throughout. James says Jimmy or Jay are going to be pinned. Stuart says like Solo's progression so far, started letting him speak a bit now, which will be a benefit. Liam, how you doing, mate? Says Tom, please tell me Carlito is back full time and not just for the pay-per-view. Carlito has not signed any new contract. He is not at this point in time back full time. The WWE are interested, but historically he has said no. Steve says, people saying this crowd will be tired don't realise the strength and stamina of the great nation of Puerto Rico, the shining star of the Caribbean. The crowd are tired, mate. Venom says, Solo teasing attacking them, but I don't see it happening here. No, alright. If it happens, it'll be under the direction of Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns is not there to give that direction. Didn't say dead, said tired. Didn't say dead, said tired. So, hear what I say, not what you think I say. Certainly when you get to the front of the crowd, there's a lot of excitement, but the drone is currently flying over a whole lot of people in the crowd who are not reacting to anything. Give them time. Sean says, is Brock versus Omos a better opener than John Cena versus Austin Theory? For my money, yes. Yeah, for my money, yes. Fair enough, Mustafa, I appreciate that. Vajit says, Roman can send the order over the phone. And Venom says much the same. I, again, don't see that happening. I don't see that happening at all. Joey says, Sami Zayn getting a big reaction. They're singing along to his theme. Hopefully they can keep that going. Leon says, I hope they make new tag titles. Constantly carrying two titles when they're unified is silly, in my opinion. Kieran says, to be fair, being in a crowd is pretty tiring. I went to a Raw a few years ago and it does drain you. Eric says, I think the Usos and Solo win to save Jimmy and Jay for now. Personally, I have Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens and Matt Riddle winning this one. Mark says they need to start this match slow and then build to give the crowd time to breathe, which is accurate. That's what they do in New Japan as well, because all of their matches build to a crescendo. You don't have a bathroom break when the beginning of certain matches is a bit slower. James says, Night of Champions, a lot of titles are going to be changing. What makes you think that? And Keem says this match is pointless. I mean, I wouldn't say pointless. It's there to make the crowd happy. It's there to create intrigue in the bloodline. There are reasons for it to exist. Ghost says, this needs to be the last interaction between the bloodline and Sami and KO. We got our happy ending at Mania. This seems redundant, especially with the addition of Riddle. The fact that the teams have been split up firmly in the draft is quite telling. Riddle, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn have all moved to Raw, whereas the bloodline remain on SmackDown. Sean says, Cole just said Sami and Kevin can go to either brand while they are champions. Looks like they may not be splitting up the titles. Ugh. Well, then they're probably going to keep working with the bloodline till the end of time. Bloodline as old as time. Sami Zayn says no, hits him with a chair, lays him down just there, helps out his mate Kevin. I could have done better with that. I'll work on it. I won't work on it. Now, I believe this is a chant for the Usos happening right now. Yes, Horsey, we had some Carlito appearing. I don't believe this match will be all that long. After all, they need to make some room for Cody versus Brock, which as the main event will be quite time consuming. Horsey, a lot of people appeared. A lot of people. Do you prefer Horsey or do you prefer your name? It's like, let me know. Gomar says, you know, I should have saw it coming. Carlito and Bad Bunny are good friends and it's in Puerto Rico. The dots were all there and I didn't even think to connect them. I didn't know. I had no idea who was there and I will never say something unless I know it for it to be a fact. Horsey says, is it sad that I kind of knew that was a Beauty and the Beast theme tune? Tale as old as time, mate. It's not sad. Disney's amazing. Horsey said, cool. Works for me. Venom says, starting to get tired. Might head off soon. Sorry, Tom. No need to be sorry, Venom. Appreciate you being here. And if you want to drop off, by all means do so. You wouldn't be the first. Promise you that. Sometimes the shows go on for too long. Sometimes we get a really big moment like we just had and we all need a bit of a breather. I get it. It's fine. The crowd wants Kevin Owens tagged in. The mood of Kevin Owens looked a bit low until now. Not sure why. But he tagged in, he's just beating the ever-living hell out of Jimmy Uso. He's just demolishing Jimmy Uso. There's been a lot of suck it recently since Triple H took over, I'll tell you that. I wonder why. Sean says, I still think they should split up the title. They have enough teams. Me too, I agree. Go says, are the Usos the best tag team in WWE history? And if not, then who is? Personally, I do believe that they are. The chemistry, the quality, the persistence as much as anything else. Like, we'd look at people like Edge and Christian, the Dudleys, the New Day, certainly I think are worth mentioning. But nobody has been as good for as long as the Usos. From the moment they came in, you knew they were special. They were constantly being mentioned as huge talent, and they proved it week in, week out. Bailey says, numerous sites, Sportskeeda, WrestleZone, Ringside News, etc. reported that WrestleMania 43 would be at a new dome in Nashville in 2027. Has there been any talk about where 41 and 42 could go? I'd imagine there is a lot of talk between Endeavour and the representatives of the targets that they have. Unfortunately, it's not something I've personally heard about, so I won't be able to go into any further detail on it. Jimmy Uso has taken a sustained beating there. They are starting this match slow. The crowd is still singing along. Certainly when you look at the crowd, there is a bit of energy less, but volume-wise, they're still very much making themselves known. Solo has just made a point of tagging in ahead of the Usos. The tension is clear here, and honestly, I'm quite enjoying it. Giving me more than enough reason to be very, very excited. Sami Zayn and Solo Sikoa in action now. Vegeta believes that Usos are goats. Personally, I believe they're human beings, but you know, I know a lot of people really like goats. A lot of people have a lot of respect for goats, I've learned, since starting to cover wrestling. Sami Zayn just taking a beating in the corner here. It's the Bloodline match, so I'd imagine logically this is going to be the big storytelling match. That is what they like to do. Corey Graves saying that all of the names that Solo Sikoa has hurt. Names hurt. Solo proving a point to the Usos here. That's how you do it. Solo, I didn't expect him to hit the ground running with the level of intent that we've seen from him. I didn't want him to join the Bloodline too quickly. I thought he'd fade into the background, and he has, but in a good way. So now we have moments like this. Now we have moments like this where they are really making Solo into a very, very big deal. It wasn't long ago Cody was getting people chanting, "You're not ready." Ain't no one chanting that now. Solo's moment is coming. You could have called them both Vegeta. I'd have understood that. Ghost says, I'm biased, but I'll always say the Hardys. I personally don't really consider the New Day a tag team because more of a faction that tends to be represented by different variations of tag teams. I get that. The New Day is sort of an entity into itself. I mean, I think the Judgment Day could be that sort of thing. Damage Control could be that sort of thing, but they haven't been. If Damage Control was booked like the New Day, they'd be in a very good spot. Again, we've ended up in a situation where Solo Sikoa was just mauling Sami Zayn for a couple of minutes. This match isn't the most exciting so far, which is as you'd expect. I just worry that I'm going to be up way after 4 o'clock in the morning. Corey Graves now putting his hat on the slower pace of Solo Sikoa. I don't know if he's worried that the crowd are going to get restless or if someone at home is, but so far, there's still a lot of energy in the crowd. They want Kevin Owens. And one fine day, they're going to get their want KO. One fine day, he's going to tag in his boy KO. Nope. Extra syllable. Terrible. What am I doing? I had time on that one. Gotta do better. Why have I never done Sami Zayn's tune of Spider-Man? Sami Zayn does whatever a Sami Zayn. No pop for the clothesline from Sami. I don't think the crowd are into Sami as much as the American crowds are. That was a very awkward attempt at a tag. Classic, Jay drags Kevin Owens off the apron. Does the step thing, which always looks like it really hurts. Mark says, this feels like Solo is going to turn on the Usos. Hassan is here saying hi there. Hello, Hassan. Mustafa says, the Freebird rule doesn't always work for all factions. True, but I do think it's worth introducing for a few more. Andy says, I'm surprised at Solo's dominance. He lost a lot in NXT. He's a very different person. They completely changed his character. Essentially, he's intern to Roman. Intern ass kicker. Sami's still the guy taking the beating. You'd think Matt Riddle would be taking a bit as well. Sami trying to survive. It's not going to work out. Kevin Owens still down. I think they may have played an audible here upon realising that the crowd want Kevin Owens and eliminated him at least briefly from the match. I've just realised Matt Riddle has green finger paint on. Finger paint? Nail polish. Nail polish! Ghost says, any match that directly follows a street fight, let alone a match featuring a hometown hero and numerous others representing their nationality, is going to suffer. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There is certainly a lack of energy in the crowd, though there are still plenty of people trying to keep that energy high. Vegeta with some corrections here, saying Solo lost twice in NXT. Might not be a lot there, Andy. Mark says, I'm going to say this, I prefer KO to Sami and just feel there is something missing from Sami. I'm sure a lot of people won't agree with you, but certainly you're entitled to your opinion, man. Okay, I'm getting bored of seeing Sami Zayn get beaten up. Like, real slow. This feels like killing time. Like, I get that they're building to the hot tag, but I'm just a bit bored. Tornado DDT onto Solo Sikoa. Looks like he's going for the tag. Matt Riddle trying to G the crowd up. Jimmy Uso's in. Matt Riddle's in. Okay, so no longer watching Sami Zayn get beaten up in the corner. No, Eric, I cannot. What I suggest you do is find it yourself. Like, there are certain things I'm never going to talk about on this channel. I'm never going to prejudice anything. That's all I'll say. You will have to look for your own stuff there. There's plenty of people I maybe don't want to talk about much. Should tell you a lot about who they are. Thomas says, I know thought I'd say this, but I've used a bloodline match as a toilet break match. Yeah, the world's a bit different, isn't it? It doesn't feel like we'd ever have that moment, and yet the moment's been and gone. The bloodline are not the top of the card anymore. And I do feel like that needs to be respected and realised and recognised. What I'm saying is you better recognise. I think you better recognise. I'm starting to suspect at this point we're going to see Matt Riddle get beaten up a lot. Mark says, now Roman is coming back, they will come back to the main event. Under Roman they will, yeah, but I don't know. Cody and Brock's right there. The next pay-per-view will surely be focused on the World Heavyweight Championship. After that we've got Money in the Bank, which will surely be focused on the Money in the Bank. So I'm not sure they will until SummerSlam. Sean says, that's what I didn't like about the Mania match. Sami and KO getting beat up non-stop. Yeah. Want to say a thank you to FG who has subscribed on the YouTube side. I very much appreciate that. You'll get a notification every time we go live with our spoiler warning shows on Mondays and Fridays, our Smackdown watch parties which we do every single week, and of course our pay-per-view or premium live event they are now, watch parties as well. Thank you very much for joining the show. We currently have 2,433 subscribers, 2 more to get 2,435 for those who are keeping track. So if you haven't subscribed yet, there's a number of ways you can help the channel. You could click like. Every little thumbs up makes a massive difference, and we already have 48. 2 more will get us to 50. You can comment, even if all you want to do is say hi. You're very welcome to do so, and it will increase our chat rate. And of course you have options for channel membership and donation if you'd like to do that as well, but no pressure for any of those things. Subscribe if you haven't already, hit like, and for me that would make me a very happy one indeed. Gomar says Riddle was looking like Superman for a second. And Vegeta says, that story is almost done, Tom. That is clear to see. Jay Palmer says, how many other matches are left? Just one after this one. The main event, Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Thomas says, I still see the Bloodline winning this via solo pinning Riddle. That looked awkward. Mark says, KO does a better swanton than Jeff. Now, yes. It's unfair really to comment on it now, but it is true. Gomar says Bloodline needs a win. Yeah, I'm glad that was sarcasm, because Bloodline doesn't need a win. No, that's not a thing. Also, I'm starting to realise I think Cody's the one going through the Spanish announce table. I know that's not exactly a massive leap of faith anymore, but kind of what I'm seeing. Ghost says, I feel like Cody and Brock are definitely going to revive the crowd, but Bad Bunny should have actually main evented or at least been the penultimate match. What's the point of a double main event if there's a match in between the main events? I suspect the move, if it has been moved and if it wasn't already the play, is because they knew the crowd was going to be tired afterwards. I think this is the rest match. I genuinely think they didn't want to throw Cody and Brock out there with a cold crowd. Now that's just a working theory, and ultimately the show's not even over yet, so I haven't had time to sit down and think about it, but that is my working theory. Mustafa says, Prime Jeff would have done a swanton from the effing moon if they let him. He would. Jeff Hardy is no longer in his prime. His swanton is not what it once was, but still ultimately he's a very athletic and talented man. Sami Zayn is back in the ring. Solo Sikoa has vanished from our sight. Technically, this show is due to run another 27 minutes. We've got to finish this match and get another one in there, and I suspect there's going to be another one of those special commercial breaks. Let's double check, because it may be that they've scheduled it slightly differently. I'll just bring up Google and I'll type in, how long will WWE Backlash 2023 last? Okay, so I've got a lot of start times, no planned finish times. That's really handy, isn't it? That's really handy. I don't think I'm going to get an answer here. Yeah, I'm not going to get an answer here. Oh well. Thomas says, I think if the Bloodline win, then it means that Cody is winning. But if Sami, KO and Riddle win, then it's definitely Brock winning. James says, this needs to end fast. Cody's walk is going to be long. Well, I mean, there are rumours of a squash. Mustafa says as a pay-per-view they have some cushion, which is very true. They can always go over. And, no worries. PLE pay-per-view, same thing for me. Pardon me, I felt a lot of pressure right there when I did that. It's getting worse. Jay is shouting at Sami. Like, we're past this. We're playing the same cards. We're singing the same tune. We're past this. Thank you, guys. If we're not past this, then what the hell is the point? Why are we even here? Mustafa with a very gesundheit. Solo Sikoa has tagged in and robbed Jey Uso of his moment there. He's more fresh. Trust your partner. Trust your partner. Oh. Well, the tension is real. Jay's starting to look like a star in this. Solo's going to tag back it. Solo down, Jay with an opportunity, doesn't take it. Gomez says, to be honest, I want a long Cody entrance with this crowd. We need at least 2 whoa-ohs. Hell of a kick on Jey Uso. Solo Sikoa breaks it up. For what's happening in this match, it's real slow. Clyde says Roman is going to be pissed. Roman will be pissed either way. It's Roman Reigns. He's not a happy person. I don't think anyone can really define Roman Reigns as a happy chappy ever since his whole tater tot line. It was awkward for everyone involved. Nobody wants to repeat it. Vegeta says Solo Uso isn't a thing for a reason. Well, his name's Solo Sikoa, mainly. The Usos are the twins. There's a reason for it. Okay, they are teasing Solo attacking Jay. He's not going to. Mark says the thing that is going to come out of this is Solo. Steve says classic Jay F up. Solo has to be the adult in the room. He's trying to be. Doesn't mean he can, unfortunately. Oh, Solo was going to spike Jay. He stopped himself. He's still thinking about it. This is going to cost him. The crowd were hot for it. They wanted it. Ghost said the story is getting exhausting. The 40 seconds of tension has been the most interesting thing presented so far. We're definitely missing intrigue. Anything of real interest. We've heard it all before. We've seen it all before. We've seen every combination. It's not a story really worth following anymore. It needed to end at WrestleMania. I think Triple H made the wrong choice. I think the Cody loss cost him. Big time. I think the Bloodline are in a bad way right now. Solo is legal. With Riddle legal, I think this is going to be it. And it is. Solo Sikoa picks up the win, pinning Matt Riddle, which I believe someone did call. But if nothing else, this match is a continuation of the story. We've had 3 years of the Bloodline story and it just keeps going. How many matches did Roman Reigns win where we were just tired of it? We all knew what was going to happen, but it just kept going. I have Bloodline fatigue. The crowd aren't popping for it. Sean says WrestleMania was a perfect time to end the Bloodline, and they chose not to. Gomez says Roman was only happy during the Sami promos when he was still in Bloodline. Roman loved Sami. Roman loved Sami. He ate popcorn. Billy says they're trying, but this seems like something you'd see on SmackDown. Thomas called it. Thank you for jumping in and reminding us. Jimmy has said something to a referee. Don't know why there. Gomar says this story definitely needs to end at Money in the Bank or SummerSlam. Mark disagrees, says they're gaining momentum with the heat between Usos and Solo. Clyde says I'm fine with the Bloodline storyline, thoroughly enjoying it. And Eric says so much for Riddle getting his revenge on Solo. Well, to be fair, Riddle at least has been separated, even if KO and Sami apparently haven't. Solo is refusing to be a 1. He's refusing to be a 1. We have another DraftKings commercial. I'm getting fatigued of it. I understand quite a few people here disagree, and I'm happy to see that. I'm happy that we can have a debate and disagree on things. Vegeta saying, I like it. It's still going. They needed to do something. It is still going. We needed to move on for me. I'm just tired of it. Hello, Justin. Megan has given the match a 6.5. Ghost says it was a 6. Had good action, but the story is not interesting anymore. Either have the turn happen or let it go. I personally am giving the match a 6 as well. The wrestling quality was good. The finish was nice and quick. The pace, when it picked up, was okay, but they spent too long building to the hot tag. My intrigue is not there outside of what Solo going to do. I liked the moment when Solo looked like he was genuinely thinking about spiking Jay regardless, even though he knew. But really on this one, we could have done that on SmackDown. That didn't feel like a pay-per-view match. It just didn't. It felt like there were 2 commercial breaks in the middle of it. James says, why not just get Solo to turn on Jay already? That was their chance. This is boring now. He would be waiting for Roman. Thomas gives it a 6. Gomar giving it a 6 as well. Andy giving it a 7. Leon gives the match a 6. Clyde says the match isn't the focus. The storyline is what's important. Loving the long-term story. The Bloodline historically are storytellers. They also happen to be great wrestlers, so the match quality tends to be pretty high, but that's not where they focus. This is ever since the I Quit Hell in a Cell match. We are getting a high package for Imperium during the Peacock commercial break. Now, if the pay-per-view is going to be ending at 4 a.m, that will be, once you factor in the entrances, about 5 minutes to wrestle. There are rumours of a squash, but I don't put too much stock in them. Let's see how it goes. Mustafa gives it a 5. Joey says that they're teasing a breakup. They're teasing the implosion of the Bloodline, which is overdue. Horsey says, done with this storyline, to be honest. Ruined the Mania moment, going again. And Bailey gives it a 5. Moxie gives it a 7. Sean says, could have had the women's tag titles on the card instead of the 6-man tag. I think you missed something by losing out on so many big name stars, but I also don't disagree that we could have given the women's tag titles a pretty good spot to be in. Noah, who as it turned out did not head off just yet, hopes Brock will beat Cody. Gomar says, how much time do we have left? I don't know. It's a premium live event, so it could go over, and I suspect it will, because we don't have much time for Cody versus Brock unless it's short. I can see the match going at least 20 to 30 minutes. Usually the main event is the longest match, but it certainly feels like the longest match ended up being the co-main event. Let me just try and look up a WWE Network schedule. Okay, I've got a network schedule. Let's see how long it goes. I wonder how up to date this actually is. This is just logging me into the network. Okay, so Backlash is actually down to run until 4:25 a.m. So it's a 3 hour and 25 minute pay-per-view, which means we do still have 40 minutes. That's not too egregious. Mark says 7 out of 10 because they were building the tension for the Bloodline. Just want KO and Sami to go after the other tag teams. James says about 17 minutes left. Got to be a squash or something. As I say, we actually have about 40 minutes left. So with all the entrances, we've got a 25-minute match ahead of us. Mark says, also, could we see Sami and KO turn on Riddle for Orton return? Depends when Orton returns. Blue says, PLE always go over 3 hours for a few minutes. Brock rarely goes past 15 minutes. That's a very fair point, actually. Brock Lesnar historically does not have long matches. Joey says, I think the main event will get a good amount of time. Me too. I say, I don't put too much stock in the idea that it's going to be a squash. I don't see it. Moxie says the Usos versus Sami and KO should have happened here instead of this 6-man tag. Go says, I really hope this isn't a squash. And Sean says, unless we get a 25-minute squash, otherwise known as a Brock Lesnar match. Joey says the main events never end in squashes. That'll be a bad way to end the show. 2 notable exceptions there. Brock Lesnar squashing John Cena, first and foremost. And second, Brock Lesnar being squashed by Goldberg. That was main events of SummerSlam and Survivor Series. Though it's not impossible, I just don't see it. I say, they've got 40 minutes left. Factor in the hype package in the entrances. That'll leave us time for a 25-minute match. And I think they'll take it. Noah thinks it'll be DQ, which will send the crowd home miserable. I don't see much value in that. I think Cody's going through a table, and I think we're getting hardcore. Because Brock Lesnar, while he is a genuinely fantastic wrestler, he doesn't necessarily like to limit himself. Vegeta says 15-minute squash sounds like Brock. Yeah, that's the Brock Lesnar style. Gomez says last time I'll ever see his recap and I'm happy. Thomas says still would love a Solo versus Brock match. You may get your wish one day. And Joey says I hope Brock will do more than a suplex and F5. That's not really his style. He'll do Kimura. Sean says I also think KO was squashed by Goldberg in the main event one time. Sorry to bring it up. That's absolutely fair, and that is exactly what happened. That was only a couple of months after the Survivor Series squash. It was 2 within 1 year. So, it does happen. Once again, I don't think it's going to. I just feel like since the Bad Bunny moment, I'm fatigued. It might be just because it's quite late in the day. But Cody versus Brock, while it's an exciting prospect in general, it doesn't feel like the main event. And I think, unfortunately, this is something that's happening quite a lot recently. The main event for last year's WrestleMania, when it was Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns, it just felt like they'd had all the show and then they just tacked it on at the end. In many ways, it was the same this year. It just felt separate from the rest of the card. But we'll see how it plays out. Thomas would like to see a Brock versus Gunter match. The day will come. The WWE want it, and so does Brock. Hogan says he's had some real good matches with the right opponents. Danielson, Styles, Finn all had good matches with him. I think it's worth pointing out, most wrestlers have very good matches with Brock. Roman's had some very good matches with Brock. Brock's a good person to wrestle. Joey says Brock in his prime wrestled way better. He chose to. Gomez says I don't see much finisher spam for this match. No, not necessarily. I think this... Wow. Finisher spam doesn't suit Cody. Steve says it feels like a squash. Noah says Cody's going to get wrecked, but now I want Cody to win. A lot of mind changing there, Noah. Mark says, did I hear someone say Dustin could turn up? There was talk of it. He squashed it himself. Ghost says, since it looks like a title swap is probably happening on Monday, what was Bianca's best title defense during this reign? I would go with SummerSlam versus Becky. The rematch after WrestleMania. I've been nursing one drink for this entire show because I don't want to drink too much caffeine. I eventually want to go to sleep. And we are starting to run low. I think I've rationed it perfectly for if it was a 3-hour show. Gomar says that whoa was loud. How about this one? Pretty loud. Blue says Cody will be eating a lot of F5s and Germans. He'll be eating Germans. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Thomas says, what would you say is the best Roman versus Brock match? Personally, I would go for their last match. There's been a lot of them recently. A lot of them. I'll probably go with the first one. WrestleMania 31. Especially when you factor in the cash-in. Vegeta says, unfortunate Bronson, Reed and Lashley won't have another match. And Joey says, I think Brock got lazy with his matches once he went part-time. I disagree. I think you're supposed to be annoyed at Brock Lesnar, and I think he found the perfect way to wind up the crowd. You do the same thing over and over. I think he's a heel and he plays it magnificently, because that laziness is also what he did against AJ Styles, against Daniel Bryan, against Finn Balor. It's not laziness. He knows how to wind a crowd up. He is a fantastic wrestler. And I think we're well past the point where we think otherwise. Joey says, does this make you feel like a teen again, staying up until midnight watching wrestling? Mate, it's nearly 4 a.m. This is not midnight, and I do not feel like a teen again. My back is popping right here, because I am 34, nearly 35, 2 months away from being 35, and I am knackered, mate. But I'm doing this because I love wrestling. I love wrestling, and I want to be here with these people right here, with my friends, watching wrestling and just having a great time. And it's a great show. It's genuinely been a really good show. Vegeta says Roman versus Brock in the SummerSlam match or Mania 31. Noah says I think Brock is now a version of Undertaker. I mean, he's not in any way, shape or form, but I get what you're saying. Khalid says, hey Tom, hello mate, how you doing? Good to see you. Popped in just in time for the main event. Girl says they might have spent their budget on the cool drones because the pyro is lacking for Cody tonight. Poor American / Puerto Rican nightmare. Well, there are some limits. There were always going to be budget cuts, and pyro's in trouble, guys. Cody is just staring at Brock Lesnar. What would make me laugh is after all these rumours that Brock's going to squash Cody, I'd love it if Cody squashes Brock. I would absolutely love it. I think everyone would really get behind it too. Especially when you consider Brock Lesnar's likely to take time off and Cody's already on the attack. Suicide dive. He's not messing around. We're using tables. We're going hardcore. What I say. I think back to Brock Lesnar versus Seth Rollins at the beginning of WrestleMania 35. Before the match started, what we got was a hell of a lot of Brock Lesnar throwing Seth around. Then Seth turned it around. It was less than 5 minutes and it worked. Kelly says it was good to see Carlito coming back. Joey says is Stardust going to return when Brock kills Cody? I'm not seeing Brock killing Cody, mate. I don't know if you're watching the same thing I'm watching, but I'm not seeing Brock killing Cody. Mark says, love it when Brock sells. Brock is genuinely one of the better sellers, particularly in a submission move. You look at when AJ Styles had him in the calf crusher, you will see a man selling his life out. Conrad, how you doing, mate? Says, hi, Tom. I'm like number 50. Welcome, Conrad. How you doing? Eric says, how is Cody not DQ'd? Because the match didn't start. You can't be DQ'd from a match when you're not in one. Brock has had his first offensive move. And he's just getting battered right now. I'm sure he'll come back to it. But right now, he's just getting mauled. I wouldn't necessarily say Drew squashed Brock. I think it was just a typical Brock Lesnar style event. Oh, lovely German suplex. I think that'll be the end of Cody dominating the way that he did. Clyde says, you two would sell and enjoy it if you two were making millions to appear part-time. Yep, I mean, that's fair. How many footballers make millions sitting on a bench and they're absolutely fine with it? Same thing. So far, Roman has completed 2 offensive moves. 2. Justin says, here Tom, Cody opens up his crazy side and beats Brock, and Brock then goes, now you're ready to beat Roman. I did what I did to open your beast in you. Kind of what was going to be the Bray Wyatt angle. I don't like that idea on the basis that you've just said the Bray Wyatt angle. Bray Wyatt needs to stay as far away from Roman Reigns as possible. It was going to be the end game. That was going to be the plan. It was going to be Roman versus Bray. That's where they were headed. And in no way is that where they're headed now. Mark says the fall-away slam was great. Cody flew. Blue saying Brock did a fall-away slam, a new move. Clyde saying it was beautiful. Brock Lesnar is a great wrestler. He is now starting to establish a strong position at the top. Cody had his flurry. He was able to throw some attacks together. He briefly looked like he may be pushing through it, and one thing I can say for certain is that this match is not a squash. Though there are a lot of German suplexes happening now. The crowd seem to be behind Brock as well. They're cheering for everyone now. I got to respect that. The only person they haven't really cheered for is Dominic Mysterio, who does not deserve it. So now we're establishing once again the Brock Lesnar formula. Work from the top, German suplexes, and then a couple of brief flurries, attempted comebacks. Blue says Brock understands character and story. Fans love his matches for a reason. People rarely open up and say, I love this match because of Brock Lesnar. But if you remember fondly, Brock Lesnar versus AJ Styles, it's not just because of AJ Styles. It's not just because of Daniel Bryan. It's not just because of Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar at the SummerSlam match that they had. The SummerSlam rematch after Brock Lesnar cashed in his Money in the Bank contract. That was a fantastic match. People were booing the hell out of Seth, but not by the end of it they weren't. The man can go. Clyde says, Cody backstage said, Brock throw me around like Jason Voorhees throws camp counselors. And Vegeta said, they cheered Luke Gallows on SmackDown last night. Okay, so nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Sean says, did Brock like working with CM Punk? I couldn't tell you on that one. I don't have that info. There were people cheering Bianca, Sean. There were people cheering her, just not as many as were booing her. Brock throwing some really crisp and well-rotated suplexes. Usually at this stage of the match, he'll start letting go of those suplexes and just throwing, but he's not doing that with Cody. Thomas says, I still love the triple threat match of the Royal Rumble. That being, of course, Seth Rollins, John Cena and Brock Lesnar. Great match. Very, very fun match. A turnbuckle pad just went flying into the crowd. Bailey says Brock turns 46 this year, still performing at a high rate when many of his contemporaries are showing their age. A large part of that is the part-time status, but the man knows what he's worth. I'm not going to be angry at him for that. Noah is losing hope for Cody. The longer this goes on, the more likely he is of winning. That's the Brock formula. Blue says, I think Brock gets a load of crap. Gets a lot of crap because we're in an era of work rate guys, which I do love. Well, Brock is old school and is incredibly effective at it. He also sells extremely well. He does. He does. Also, give the man a digger and he'll make it work. Gomar says, I take back my not much finisher spam prediction. Nobody's hit a finisher so far, so I'm not sure what you're talking about on that one. Vegeta says, accurately, you're supposed to lose hope for Cody. And that is absolutely correct. The Brock Lesnar system is built on abandon all hope. Brock Lesnar, when he was a WWE champion in the Royal Rumble, beat all your favourites. He threw everyone out. He embarrassed former champions. You gave up hope. And then Drew McIntyre arrived. And Ricochet hit a low blow. And it all changed. Mark says, does Brock produce his matches? Yes, he does, actually. He much prefers to call it in the ring. He's actually very old school as a wrestler. A lot of people have tried to work with him and produce matches. He has a very clear preference to call it in the ring. And he has a great instinct. I don't think... Oh. Oh. Are we still abandoning hope? That's not a Cody cutter. That's an RKO. Also, can I just say, thinking back to WrestleMania 31, Brock can bleed. Tommy says, blood. Mark saying, wow, blood. There's quite a bit of that. Ghost says, that turnbuckle pad will definitely end up on eBay. You're not wrong. Definitely reminiscent of WrestleMania 31 now. A lot of blood on Cody's chest. Tommy, I should say. Gomar says, I always forget how long Brock has been around. 2002. That's a lot of blood. That's a Cody cutter. First one was an RKO. Vajit says, blood. Is Moxley here? No, Brock. Oh, bloody hell, Brock. That's the first Crossroads. I think this is coming to an end now. I think that's more blood than expected and they're calling it. Nope. Nope, could see his eyes are open. Steve says Brock loves bleeding hard way. He does. You will note several things. Firstly, the referee is only now putting his gloves on. Secondly, nobody in the medical team has come down to staple his head together like they did way back then with Finn Balor. Oh, I see what you've done. I see what you've done. Yep, you're right, Horsey. You're right. You saw what he did. Clyde says hardware for sure. Ref is not even gloving up. Not hardware. The ref eventually did glove up, but he did take a while on it. Sai says if they have to stop this, there'll be trouble. They won't. Cody gave that one a way of looking at the ref again. James says that's more blood than we've seen in a long time. Steve says 0 chance Brock loses now. We'll see how that one plays out. That's our first F5. We are now getting to finish. This is an obscene amount of blood. Noah says now what's going to happen? What's going to happen, Noah, is we're going to watch the rest of the match, and then by the end of it, we'll know. Girl says he just put the blood in his hair. Sure. Sean says JC Jane was bleeding on NXT this week. Then it's a good time for blood-hungry beasts. The blood-starved beast in all of us. Also says blood was reported to be coming more. Yes, but the amount on Brock Lesnar's face right now seems a little excessive. Noah has gone from abandoning all hope for Cody to now saying Cody's going to win. It wasn't me, Horsey. I haven't really reported about more blood. And that's a win. Inconclusive, but a win nonetheless. In, I believe, less than 10 minutes. Thomas says, what a visual this is with Brock's face. Brock got beaten, Brock got tricked. That was a good finish. James says 25 minutes early. Well, 20 minutes early. Horsey says that was quick. Was that called on the fly? I doubt it. I think that was intentionally inconclusive. Mark says that was a creative finish. It was. I think that's the first time we've seen that. I think he can certainly argue that one of his shoulders was up. If they'd called it on the fly, Brock would currently be having his head looked at. They've thrown him a towel, but that's all he's getting. Inconclusive. So I think they'll continue this one. That feels rushed. They're just immediately closing it out. Veggie says Cody wins. Yes. Horsey says I couldn't see Cody losing 2 consecutive matches, to be honest. Would kill him. Ghost says I will say they're definitely not zooming in on Brock's face too much, and yet here we are now. The end of the show. We're just watching blood drip down Brock Lesnar's face. Sean says, was Brock actually busted open or did he blade? We can't say for certain. He certainly hit the turnbuckle and then approached his head. Megan gives the match a 7. Good, but not great for me. I think it started very hot. Overall, it gave me pretty much everything I was looking for in quite a small, brief package. Cody had some very good moments. It certainly wasn't describable as a squash. The blood was shocking and very impactful because of that, but I don't think it actually added anything to the match. If there was no blood, the match could have still gone exactly the same way. So I'm not sure on that one. How do people rate this one? I'm giving it a 6. I think Cody was inventive at the beginning. Cody looked great in this one. Brock, however, not so much. Blue says towel is so they can show the footage on Raw. Fair. Bailey says I could see where that finish expedited because of the blood. Very possibly, that does make sense. Noah says what's next for Brock? A break, I'd imagine. Sai says just in time for the boxing. Thanks Tom and all. Enjoyed that. Thank you, Sai. Gomal says does not look like a blade job. Actually, I disagree. The fact that it is right there, which is exactly where Brock checked his head. I'm not sure on that one. Joey says lame finish. James says it looked like he swiped his head after he started bleeding. Mark has given the match 9 out of 10 for the creative finish. Andy gives it an 8. Vegeta says Cody was going to win regardless. I think he was. Leon gives it a 6. Gomar a 7. Bailey gives it a 6. Matches of the night, Bianca versus Iyo, the only women's match of the show. It wasn't. There was Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega, I should point out, Bailey. And Priest versus Bad Bunny. Horsey says 7 as felt rushed. Vegeta says 9 out of 10 PLE. And I think logically that has to be the next and final question. How are we rating that pay-per-view? Or that premium live event? I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. I think it started with the best match, Bianca versus Iyo. I think Seth versus Omos is one of the better matches of the card. I loved the street fight, even though it did feel overbooked and bloated. After that, however, it did start to fall apart. The 6-man tag wasn't of much interest to me, just in general. Brock versus Cody was okay, served its purpose, and there was a couple of shocking moments. But the triple threat and the Smackdown Women's Championship, not strong contenders, and really dragged it down for me personally. Halsey said it was how quick he bled from going to his head. It was a blade job watching it back now. Thank you for clarifying that one. Halsey. Kevin says worst main event, Bunny versus Damian Priest should have been the main event. Leon gives the show a 7.5. Eric gives it a 9. 456 gives it a 6. Gomar gives it a 9. Bailey giving it an 8. Clyde says the overall was an 8 out of 10. One second, I'm just catching up here. Ghost saying 6.5. Nice start. The blood is kind of welcome, I guess. Not main event worthy. As regards the pay-per-view, Moxie given a 6.7. Megan gives it a 7.5. Ghost also a 7.5. There's some matches are great, others were just okay. Not better than Mania Night 2 in my opinion, and that I agree with. Gomar says Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest is match of the night for me. Personally, I will stick with Bianca versus Iyo. I just felt that delivered more on what I was hoping for, what I was looking for, and really set the stage for a potential barnstormer of a pay-per-view. There was huge potential going into this, and I don't feel in the end it lived up to that first match. But that's not a bad thing. The first match was just that convincing. Also says Cody does like the flair bit of putting blood in that blonde hair. Always stands out. Kevin says 7 out of 10. No kickoff show matches. Really, Triple H again. Steve says Triple H booking is all over the place. Mark says 9 out of 10 for that. Thought it was amazing. Premium live event. Bad Bunny match. And Iyo versus Bianca was amazing. So, We have had 1,252 views. We have had 52 likes. And guys, we've had a great old time. We are currently on 2,435 subscribers. We continue to grow at an amazing pace. I will be here Monday for spoiler warning, the 8th of May. That will be the last live show until Friday the 26th, okay? 8th of May on Monday will be our last spoiler warning live show until the 26th, a Friday. We will still be doing shorts. We'll be still doing TikToks, but long form and live videos will not be happening. In the meantime, as per usual at this point, I'll be wrapping up. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you for joining me on this journey, and all of you for being here for me, just making sure that I can watch wrestling with my friends. Thank you all. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.